Alright. Hello there, how's it? Ame Gakita, so... Alright, let's just say that you know I'm not playing games though. Like normally... Like seriously, like normally I would be doing gaming stream, but it really kind of like been a while since I do a night stream. And more so is that most of the time night stream is just basically me just either chit-chatting, talk, random stuff, or maybe at the time just doing online research and checking out stuff. But one of the things that I kind of like in time to know more, because there is also quite a lot of things that are happening, like including like Niji-sanji situation happening. So might end up just watching one or two videos. I might end up just watching one or two videos, but though I can't be sure though. Oh. Hmm. I really wonder. Oh. Idiot. Tell them to stop making black character more. So you're just telling Japanese people to stop making Japanese black car. No idiots lately. Not that I want to say something bad. It's just that I've been getting quite a lot of notification on the black washing video. That is kind of like pissing me off a lot. Let's see. Kind of I want to curious about they the South Korea one. I kind of like curious a lot. South Korea, what? As it happens, South Korea President Yoon survived impeachment motion over martial law. Wait, what? That's from the nation. Suspect civilian rule and sending troops to parliament, but was forced into a U-turn hours later after lawmaker niche his say. Opposition party opposed impeachment, which needed two-thirds majority to pass, but a near total walkout by People's Party doomed it to failure. Following the season, the ruling party leader said that he agreed to an early departure from office. Damn. Wow, South Korea. In order to face impeachment, you have to have two-thirds of the party agree. Despite the president doing something that is crazy, they say, oh, there's nothing wrong. Damn. That's a quite crazy thing happen. Dude, seriously. One of the worst thing can ever happen. Oh. Oh, Venison, hello there, how's the day? Why not? You're just checking out some stuff. It really helped. Isn't that good? If it's helped, that's a good thing, right? You have been sleeping. Seriously. Well, I guess that's good for you, I guess. Come in and help you with a lot that you lack. But the thing is, right, drawing always tend to take time to draw and practice and getting used to, so if someone is able to help you on that, I think that's good. Like, if it happen, I think it's good though. Now I kind of want to see this video. Oh, I want to see some video. Yep, getting used to drawing can take quite a long while though. That one I can definitely say. It have you been overfitting it? Have you been overfitting it? Don't know. Let's see some videos. Or actually more so that where is it though? If a history sardine, is that not considered a lot? Like, is that not considered a lot? Oh, if you say so. Let me see. Small cut. If it's small cut, I think it should be fine, I guess.
Sunny explosion. And guys, unfortunately, we gotta talk about another issue that Sunny had. So Sunny's heist management, aka Ninja Sanji, told her to pretend to have a dad for her lore video. Now, guys, some people feel no way about this, other people feel a way about it because, some people role play stuff like that. But to me, it's like a little weird. Anyway, let's go take a look at the clips here. I think it's a little weird. Obviously, role playing for some people is okay. I don't know how I feel about this one. So anyway, I'll let you guys take a look at it.
I'm not even gonna lie, but a lot of you think I have a dad because, and this is something that made me a little mad. I was on my heist and I was like, can I make a video of introducing my family?
And the thing is, Mari, hi Mari, how are you? I don't think it's good. Like, I don't like it. Some people are not upset by it because they're like, oh, it fell into like her role playing her role, things like that. But for me, I don't really buy that, especially when she is now outside of that space. A lot of people feel misled about it, right?
And they were like, yeah. And I was like,
Yep. I mean, like, even if it's a small cut, if the cat doesn't move much, they are gonna get fed though. But damn. Damn. It really does show how. I mean, like, technically, I heard something like this from Sunny. Like, I seen the video itself. Like, imagine, right? You have no, like, imagine you don't have a parent, either a mom or dad, and then basically your company just say that make one up. Like seriously, make your parents up. It's like what? like imagine like like imagine that you saying that you have no parents and then you want to introduce, like maybe if you have your other sibling or your one of your, if you're under a single parents family, and imagine like you want to introduce them only and your company just say that, oh good, you're single parents, why not just make it a double parents? It's like what? If you don't have a dad, make a dad out. Like that's what happened though.
I don't have a dad, so I'm gonna leave my dad out. And they were like, why don't you just pretend you have a dad? And I was like,
Yup. Pretend you have a dad. Pretend. Imagination dad. It's kind of like just show how bastard this Pacific company is though.
It just feels weird, you know, chat.
I had a genuine moment. I don't know, but anyway.
Nani?
It feels weird, man.
So in
Feels
that video,
weird.
I have a fake dad. Because they're like, it's role playing. It's role playing. Like, we don't have to.
In arguments I've seen in support of this are always like, oh, what's role playing? I just don't 100% get that. I really don't. To me, it's not right. Like, why are you gonna ask somebody to lie about their family? You know, which to them it's role play, but like to me, I'm like,
I'm so serious about it.
nah.
I'm getting sad, and I was like, oh. Okay.
Help this bro artist. Sorry, this old man is broke as well. You do know that I'm an artist in a way, right?
Okay, I mean that kind of makes sense. Then I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, bro, what the?
When I heard this, I was kind of like, why would they do that? Like, I had to be for like her lore or something, right? But then, like, the more I looked into it, I'm like, yeah, yikers, yeah, yikers. So anyway, here's part 2 of this clip as well, chat.
Some Homelander shit happened. Like, I get that it's roleplay.
Oh my god,
right?
it was a whole Lander moment.
I was heist roleplaying. So don't take it seriously. But like I look back then, I'm like, why didn't I put my foot down? Am I a
No. Depends.
Kind of my
It was a
fault,
Homelander
honestly.
moment. It literally was.
Like in reality, it was just a suggestion. But when you get a suggestion like that, you're like,
Poor Sunny. I'm glad she's doing
Anyway.
so well as an indie. She's absolutely kicking butt as an indie.
Sunday actually benefit Topa and Junian the most. It benefit these two characters the most. Dunhand used out a lot of the action point. It used out a lot of action points. So if imagine if you let him move out, it's like basically using Bronya in the same thing, and then you just realize that your whole action point is getting 0 every single time because of Dunhand. So is it worth it? Not really with Dunhand. I think Dunhand, like for Dunhand team, it's like immediately Sparkle. You can't deny that. Like Sparkle is very good for characters such as Dunhand, Firestar, and Silly. Considering they both of them love to use action point a lot. As well, I think it was like Shinkyu also. Shinkyu also. Doesn't have support. It depends on how you use it though.
What I will say about this chat is I'll bet you money it was for image. They want to uphold a wholesome family image, right? They want you to have a non-broken family, things like that, right? So they're like, oh, just pretend you have a dad. It's all good. And that's just wrong, right? That's not very accurate. That's not very human, right? Like, I think what makes everybody special is our flaws. What makes things good, it makes us human, is the bad things, right? So like,
That's true.
if I tell you like, oh, I've had problems in my life growing up, chat, I was bullied a lot because of the way that I like to dress. I told you guys about this kind of stuff, right? I came from a small town in Florida where if you dress goth or look goth, or listen to heavy metal, you were Satan. You know what I mean? Like, and I've told you guys this, that I did not have a very easy middle school and high school life because I was considered very different. You know what I mean? But that's what makes me me, right? For me not to tell you that or to lie about it would just seem weird. So ultimately, chat, like, I get the idea of it with the like the role playing part of it, but like also like I think with VTubing we're very much moving away from role playing as a whole, and maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. But I don't think that many
Dude,
VTubers
there's a lot of sound
don't
effect
much
though.
anymore because everybody wants to know the person behind the model now. That's what makes us special, right? That's what's so great about having a model is because it strips away all the extraneous stuff and you have to focus on our personality. You have to focus on our voice, our expressions, things like that. That's what's so special about VTubing. So to kind of pull that away feels a little weird, you know? Yeah, if they just wanted to fit into a cookie cutter image. Yeah, I mean, she was hired to play a role, right? But I feel like there's got to be a middle ground where everybody respects each other. So anyway, chat, that's what's going on with Sunny.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Elila-san. In one point is that I personally think that Niji Sanji at that time really just want like all their life to have like a wholesome finale. I think it's just that Niji Sanji just want to let people have like the image that hey, all our talents have happy finale, they have no flaws, there has no issue, whatever along the line. But the thing is, right, sometimes when you think about it, what make some talents stand out easily is actually the flaw in a human nature. I think it's like we in that nature that we always tend to look at a lot, like we always think that people is perfect whatsoever, but when you realize that sometimes a lot of VTubers have a lot of flaws, a lot of like bad, and even like for Sunny herself, when there's indication that she have only just her own friend, like she is in a single parents family, right? I think it's kind of like also, in my view, I think it's showing how strong she is, as well as how mature she can be. Because sometimes I've seen a lot of cases where in single parents family, the child themselves actually mature faster in a way, as well as they are actually more sensible. So I think it's actually fair to point out, because if Niji Sanji just want to have the image of a false image of saying like, hey, all our talents have happy family, yeah, I think that's kind of like, I'm not saying like who doesn't want to have a happy family, like I get that, but putting up a false image just doesn't sit right with me, because it will just at the end just feel weird. More so that if they say that please pretend yourself to have a parents, like dude, imagine you don't have a dad and then they say, oh, imagine you have a dad. You don't imagine if you don't have a parent, you are just like you're orphanate. Imagine you have a parents, you have a happy family, like what? It's in a way FL, because it's like not respecting the parents or not respecting the person life. And I mean, like, it's easy to pretend. I mean, like, it's really easy. It's very easy to pretend. Like, we can't deny the part that anyone can just pretend anything they want to do. The only issue with pretending is that you can only like pretend to an extent. Once you can't make things out, people are going to find the flaws in your saying, in the so-called the perfect image of you. And when people realize that you are just lying all this time, people are just going to turn on you in one single moment. So I don't think it's right for people to just say that. I mean, like, if people want to say like pretend bad thing never happened, I can get behind that. But if you're telling people to just pretend to do it just for the sake of good image, it's just kind of like, I would definitely say it's definitely feel weird, but it's just, I feel like it just feel insincere. I think insincere, it might be too much of a strong word, but I think insincere is kind of like showing, because it's like you're not being honest. Like, even I myself can't really go around saying that, oh, I'm a young little kid, I'm actually a 10 years old or 20 years old. Dude, I'm in my I'm really kind of like very old in terms of VTubing age. I don't think it's right for people to just like pretend just because of it. I mean, like if anyone would notice, a lot of VTuber nowadays, right? Like the funny thing is that a lot of VTubing, they used to have the saying like like do a law, write your law, and then it pretend that you are a rabbit, or if you are a cat VTuber, imagine you are a cat. Imagine if you are a pirate, imagine you are a pirate. It's easy to roleplay, but sooner or later, right, you're going to drop it. You're going to just not do it. So the only issue is that pretend can bring you up to an extent, but sooner or later you get tired of it and you start doing just be yourself. So I don't think it's right to like say like pretend to have a dad. Imagine like people say that, hey, how about you get your dad to come out and speak to us? And then you'll be like, how are you gonna get a dad? So I think it's fair. I mean, I can understand from Nishi-sanji's point of view, like they want to have a happy family. But it's also kind of bad to give out a suggestion saying like, hey, we want our tenants to have a happy family when some of them don't really have such a privilege. So it's a very bad move. I will agree that would be considered a very bad move, but it's just bad. In like no matter how you look at it, it's like not saying like I can't see why Nishi-sanji want to do that. It's just like it's just bad to just say, hey, you don't have a dad, just pretend to have a dad. Like, dude, how is a person who live without a dad to tell them, hey, now imagine you have a dad? Like, they might not been through that though. So it's really kind of hard to indicate. Okay, one of the things I'm kind of to impose to watch because I haven't watched it fully. I kind of like watch it a bit only. Is Rima Even Start, where she did like 4 or 5 days ago Nishi-sanji Expose. I kind of like it's a 35-minute video because the last time I only watched like 10 minutes though. I think I only watched 10 minutes. I'm going to give it see what it's about. Oops.
Speaking ill of the There is a concerning precedent of Nishi-sanji VTubers speaking ill of the company they worked for after the end of their tenure. Initially, these accounts might have been dismissed as isolated incidents, disgruntled former employees just airing grievances. However, as the testimonies multiply, a disturbing pattern emerges.
You know the fun thing is, right? It's not unheard of someone who leave a company. Not saying like the S10 leaving Nishi-sanji, right? It's any other company, any other like McDonald's or fast food restaurant or even like Walmart supermarket, any other supermarket over the world. Like even when I used to work in the supermarket myself, do I have good image of the supermarket I work in? Definitely no. So the thing is, right, calling like if I leave the workplace and I complain like, oh, the place I used to, oh, they just basically people who just don't care about anything, just want to bully me along the line. And obviously when there is like one versus all, basically it's like my words versus many against of their words. They will just say that, yeah, I'm a disgruntled employee. It basically means that I'm just a person who just want to complain. And in a way, I kind of like understand for Nishi-sanji's situation. Like I've been like I myself have been being vocal for against Nishi-sanji's management for who know how long when. I don't think it's right for people to at one end to just dismiss one side of the story first. Like initially a lot of people just kind of like dismiss, I believe it was Sayu situation. Like beforehand she was known as Zion, and then the termination hit, and then Nishi-sanji kind of like discredit her credibility, and she kind of like became irrelevant in a way, got attacked and whatnot. But the issue is that no one even bothered to listen to her side of the story, because they would just say that whatever she said is she's just a disgruntled employee. Now the funny thing is, right, when more and more people leave the place, And what make it even more compounding for the company in a way is that when many, not just one, when multiple talents, as talents to be exact, came out and say the exact same story or story that have kind of like some sort of similarity incident, it kind of like showcase, yeah, once maybe just a disgruntled employee, twice ちょっと待て, I think something is a bit wrong. Multiple time, yeah, I think there's something wrong with the company, and it's really take a lot of incident to happen. And for Niji Sanji's situation, I think it's fair. I'm not sure whether Rima-san will be talking about it because I kind of forget about it. I recall it, the one that actually, like the one that's at the start of the year, anyone would know about Niji Sanji's situation that blown out so that badly. I believe it was at the start of the year 2024 when Selen Tatsuki, who is now known as Tokibird, was terminated, and the incident really kind of like was so huge that it actually kind of like got even more people to dig out a lot of past live statement or people who talk about the Niji Sanji in a way. Even like some of the previous talent who never talk about it end up standing out and just say, hey, let's just talk bad about the company, because they were in a way have a lot of bad blood with the company. And I think if I recall correctly, like Madara Khan, who is previously known as Nina, as well as Michi, who is known as I can't forget her name. So it's Mina, I think it's Mina. So when a lot of talents start talking about past experience in the company itself, it really showcases how it doesn't need me to explain to say that, hey, if there is like multiple people talking about it, then there is some sort of like some element of truth to what the talents say. And it's fair to go with the idea saying that, hey, it seems like this needs some explanation. The only issue that kind of like got into the big issue was that I think was the one that actually hit the most was Selen Tatsuki Tokiba situation. Was like she wanted to graduate, Niji Sanji gave her the S instead, terminate her instead, and it got blown over when people realized that when Niji Sanji out of nowhere decided to pull out a smearing campaign against Selen Tatsuki, against Tokibird. And for a person like her that don't really have any controversy, and people really kind of like realize a lot of bad thing, like the so-called bad blood between Selen Tatsuki and Niji Sanji over one music video called The Last Cup of Coffee, it kind of like get into the incident that people say that, hey, there is something wrong already. So when that actually happened and news of Tokibird almost unalive twice, not once but twice, it immediately blown up, and it led to the infamous 15 minutes video by Ike, Vox, Akuma, and Elila. I believe the three of them did the infamous 15 minutes that video. It get even more people hating on them because people realize that there may be some sort of bullying within the company. So that, with like news of bad management or even company taking advantage of talents, and I've been talking about this in random chat even before random chat. I even talk about like in random talk, one of the older podcasts. I talk about how Niji Sanji just treat their talents as employees. There is some sort of like bad blood within the talent itself. Like I talked about this long ago, like in random talk. I talk a lot of time that I feel like there is something wrong within the company. It wasn't just like a speculative talk. It's like we know at the time. I know about it at the time, but the only thing is that I can just talk about it, but no one will listen to me. It kind of like when people start making noise about it, and then a lot of things like say became facts. Yeah, it kind of like just showcased that a lot of things I used to say like that there seems to be some sort of they would just say use the word miscommunication between the talent and the management. But on one hand, I kind of like been calling out Niji Sanji in a way is that they don't treat their talents as talents. They just treat their talents as employees. And I've seen the contract before. The first thing in my mind is like, dude, I'm not gonna sign the contract, even if it was given to me, because that was just basically a simple any company that you can find in the whole of Japan, and it's just basically a simple employee contract. That's like no beneficial to the talents, so it's really not worth it. It's really like insane about it, but it just showcased that Niji Sanji was really bad. But it's only like take a few incident like Selen Tatsuki situation to kind of blow out to let people understand the situation though. AFK to do your friend dailies. Good. Are you sure your friend is gonna make sure pay for you to do their dailies?
Because no matter how hard they do it, they don't exactly get enough resource for them to eat or
can they go? That's the question being asked about Any Color Incorporated, the parent company of both Niji Sanji and Niji Sanji English, now hitting their lowest recorded stock betrayed. That being Sayu Synchronicity.
She got blue hue and a chariot. Dude, I don't even have blue hue for goodness sake.
An indie VTuber, formerly a corporate
It finally dawned on them just how much they botched.
Paradise is our place.
Advertisement.
It's a state of mind.
Their image in the West.
It's a state of
This
mind.
company that was worth $1 billion at some point on the Japanese stock exchange can't even compare to its biggest rival anymore.
These are not simply isolated cases anymore. They represent a
Use app broker. Dude. It doesn't work anymore, okay.
consistent thread woven through the shared experience of multiple former talents, thus rendering them highly unlikely to be coincidental.
It doesn't work with
And after all,
Google
where there is
anymore.
smoke, there is fire, and I smell a lot of smoke.
Yeah, they don't work anymore.
Actually, I think I left something on the oven. Be right back.
Yeah, don't leave your cooking when you're doing something.
Hold up a sec. It seems I'm getting isekai'd into this brand new anime world. Whoa, get ready for Girls Frontline 2 Exilium, the 3...
Okay, now I recall why I kind of like paused the video at the time. I did consider like who was the one I can't recall who was the one who asked me like, am I gonna play Girl Frontier 2? When I see the gameplay, sure, I can definitely say like it's good if it's a girl shooting game, but
It's turn-based tactics, but with a twist. You can manually intervene in real time. You can even play at 3x speed with auto battle, perfect for those who like to grind efficiently. Plus, it's got all of the addictive RPG elements you crave, collecting, upgrading, and customizing your squad. And don't forget the affinity system. It's like raising up your dolls with gifts. As the affinity levels rise, the doll stats improve, players unlock additional storylines and voice lines for each dolls. The 3D refitting room and dormitory.
let's just say that will I be playing this game or not? Based on the number of game I have right now, hardly.
It's a time only that are limited by Android. Thank you for sponsoring this video. It's back to the main event. The financial discrepancies with Niji Sanji, as revealed by former livers, paint a stark picture that may feel like unfair treatment masked by the veneer of success. Michi Mochivi is a former Niji Sanji talent from the
Yeah, I mentioned this before earlier. If like Michi, I think the one that was considered the most damning news after Dokibot was definitely Michi though. Like earlier when I said about Michi's situation, it's like Michi's situation talking about a lot of bad like all the bad things that Niji-sanji made her to do. I think maybe I think Rima will definitely show what what happened to her, but it really was very very bad though.
Indonesia branch that operated under the name of Mika Milatika that later got picked up by Vishojo, where she is now enjoying a resounding success, and she has recently been opening up more and more about her experience with her former employer. Michi Mochivi's experience is particularly telling. Her statement, "I did pretty well and didn't get much," while she was one of the top Niji Sanji Indonesia earner.
The people that don't do well don't get much. And I did pretty well, and I don't get much.
Yeah, okay, this is kind of funny though. I mentioned this a lot of time in Random Chat or Random Talk podcast in the past. They don't treat their talent as talents. Even if the talent earn a lot, they just don't give the money to them. Whatever the talent earn belong to the company. Whatever the talent do, it belong to the company. Whatever the talent own, it belong to the company. So it's basically it's like what yours is mine, what's mine is mine along the line. So it really does show how bastard the company is, and I've been calling Niji Sanji out on that end for who knows how many times already. It's ridiculous, yes. It's crazy, yes. But imagine that you pay for something. You pay using your own money. You pay using your own pay. And then at the end of the day, what the company say? Oh, it's mine, not yours anymore, because the IP or whatever the BS is belong to the company, no matter what. It's like, what the heck? The company never pay a single deal for it, and the company still get to own it. Like, imagine like you go to McDonald's or go to any fast food restaurant, you buy a burger, you pay $5 for a meal. Someone just tag me and say that now that meal is mine, not yours. Like, what? And someone just take the meal away and just eat it. It's like, what the heck? So it's like ridiculous. Like, you pay for it, it's supposed to be yours, but apparently the logic doesn't work there. So I've been calling out Niji Sanji on that end. Like, they've been treating their talent as employees, not talents. No one bat an eye. And now people start bearing their eyes. Like, dude, I'm so tired about talking about Niji Sanji like for so long. Like, it's like the reason why I hardly do Niji Sanji random chat even in like for quite a long while is that it's not that I'm saying like, oh, this is just basically the same thing about Niji Sanji being a shitty company every single time. It's about I say so many things in the past, no one bat an eye, and now people start saying things, and then it's like, I already said those same thing again back in the past. What more do I have to say? Say the same thing again? Be the old yapping old man saying the same thing? Oh, Niji Sanji just basically taking advantage of their talent every single time. It's just bad though.
Encapsulates the widespread feeling of being undervalued that often goes hand in hand in Asian corporate culture.
I don't think it's just most Asia though. Rima-san, if you are there listening, I don't think it's just most Asia. I don't think it's just Asia. It's mostly the traditional thinker thinking that if you work for the company, you work for the company. If you're a talent for the company, you are still a single employee. That's basically what they feel. So it's the mindset though. I don't think it's just most typical, because some of the company that I work in Japan and in Southeast Asia, a lot of company that I work across, right, is actually basically adopting on the new mentality that they are giving beneficial to the employee themselves, not just like taking advantage. Because when I work at like some restaurant or even like supermarket along the line, there is always the bare minimum beneficial given to us or even to me at the time, and I don't think it is fair to lump every Asia company just it's just an Asia company. No, I think Rima kind of like highlight, it's like she's trying to generate generalized thing. I don't think that's fair. But I can also understand, because if this is Japan, if we are based on Japan stuff, majority of it do have that mindset. So I think that's good to call them out, but I don't think it's fair to say anything, because a lot of current era, like really current era Japanese company is now not like they are training for the battle, because what a lot of people didn't know, like it's actually a funny thing, is that in Japan there is actually something called the Japan Black Company list. There is actually a list for it. So when there is like a list for it, like people looking out for it, they checking about, like talking about it, it's because they are trying to highlight that what kind of company is a black company, what kind of black company that actually extort on their talents or extort on their employee or doing brainwash that whatever along the line, or overtime job or less pay along the line. Yeah, they have the list. Is Niji Sanji in that list? I don't think so. From what the last time I seen the list, I don't think so, because they will just highlight that, hey, they pay their talents. There's nothing wrong with it. Now the issue with that, right, is that a lot of the number they can lie. Niji Sanji has been lying about their number for quite a long while. I notice it. I just don't see anyone talking about it. So at this point, I can only just say it's my speculative point on that, but it's not uncommon to see like even bad company lying about their numbers. So it's really hard to say at this point.
In one of her accounts, Michi details a typical Asian contract.
Asian company contract experience, okay? You get 15 pages. 13 pages are talking about all the things you cannot...
Okay, this is one of the reasons why I have to study law myself without studying the full law certificate for it. I always end up being the one with a law contract for myself or for my family members, because often more than not, the contract will always tend to highlight the small little thing that can take advantage of you if you don't overlook it. So often more than not, I don't anyhow sign contract myself. Like there was even one time when my sister like wanted to sign a contract with a company, and she asked me to take a look at it. I looked through it and I immediately call her and say that, hey, clause number 1, 5 or whatever number that is, right? I will just say that on which page, which number, there's something wrong with this line. Go and naggle with the company, change it, like they're taking advantage of you. Like one of the clause I remember was one of the common clause is called no compete clause, which basically means that after you leave the company, be it by termination or quitting or resignation or firing or whatever, right, you can't work within the same industry for the next 1 year, 2 years. Like what? Imagine like you're working as a imagine like you're working in as a VTuber for a company, and then you leave. After you leave the company say that, oh, you can't work as a VTuber for 3 years. What the heck? VTubing is their job, and now you're saying like they can't do VTubing for 3 years. It's like how they gonna earn money? How they gonna do their job? So often more than not, I always try to look carefully through the whole contract, even if it's like 10-20 pages. I come across 50 pages myself. It was one for one Japanese it was for one Japanese restaurant, a 5-star restaurant, because there was a lot of safety reasons, so I have to look through that. But it's basically a lot of like repeating stuff and what's not. So one of the things I noticed was you are when I leave the place, I am not allowed to work within the same industry for at least, if I recall, was for 6 months. And I was like, dude, I'm here as a temporary job. You telling me that once I leave the place, I can't work in another restaurant for 6 months? Like, what logic? So I was able to like discuss this with the agent company, and we come to term that once I leave the job, once I leave the restaurant after working my temp contract, I was like able to work in another restaurant, just not within the same style. So the one I worked at the time was basically for a 5-star restaurant. So I just basically said that, hey, if I can't work in a higher end restaurant, it's fine. Just let me go work in something like a sit down restaurant or any cafe restaurant is fine, or even ramen shop itself. So it's really kind of like it's really like very like vague on some contract. It's like, imagine if they say, oh, you can't work in this industry. This industry restaurant is basically food and beverage. So imagine if I can't work in food and beverage, it's like, dude, you're telling me that I throw away my rice bowl, I'm not able to earn. How am I going to earn money? So reading through the contract sometimes do have to go a long way, especially more so if you guys are going to work in the future. Look carefully if you're given a contract. Don't just say that you're stupid or you don't know anything, just want to get a job and then just sign the piece of paper, and not the piece of paper may end up be the end of you. So be careful when you sign a contract. Sometimes looking through it, take your time to read through every single thing. That is the right way to go. If you if you don't understand, try to like get a lawyer. Just pay them $100 or $50 to $100. I don't know how much. It depends on your side. Just tell them to help you read through the contract, or understand what is the thing that you can fight for, or some of the things that you have to be careful on, because often more than not, lawyer can help you to fetch through a contract. But for me, because I kind of like don't want to pay for a lawyer, I know this kind of thing myself, so yeah, it's kind of like one of the reasons why I kind of like just be careful. Like when I come through a contract, I tend to be very careful. Have I signed VTuber agency contract before? Yes. There's no, it's yes. 3 times. 3 different times. What's on my past life? Can't say that anymore. It's under NDA. There's also I have nothing bad to talk about the company, so those 3 companies, so also can't say anything about it. So if I say anything, it'll be against the NDA. But does that mean that those companies survive? Sadly, they're all gone. Sadly, all those companies gone. So, can't really say anything about those companies anymore. So the thing is, right, signing a contract with a company, especially more so is a VTuber company, right? The contract one have to like be very careful with signing on the contract. Is that sometimes the contract, one of the contract I come across is that you get paid for every super chat you receive, but after removing of the YouTube cut pay as well as the commission, all these things for the company itself, so by the time the money come to you, it's just basically mediocre. It's just a little bit, and they will always try to say that you have to pay for like this and that and whatsoever at the time. It's really not worth it. I would definitely say it's definitely not worth it. And if like often more than not, if people ask me like, do I still want to sign as a corporate VTuber, to my mind, I would like, if it's Hololive production, Holostar itself, I would be fine signing it. But on the other hand, if looking at the current situation with how many people notice that Holostar is actually not being active for some reason, yeah, I'm kind of like, I want to give it a wait and see approach before I want to proceed with it. But the thing is, right, being indie have a lot of freedom, seriously, being indie have a lot of freedom as compared to corporate VTubing, and it's really one of the things that my advice to many people who want to be a corporate VTuber is that when you come across a contract, be careful, because some of the contract will indicate that you must either pay for the thing you do, or you have to, or you get pay only based on what you get. So imagine like if you don't get any super chat, then how are you gonna earn money? You don't earn money because you don't have super chat. Sad. So that's one of the things that a lot of people need to understand, that when it comes to contract, right? Sometimes they like the contract itself. Sometimes it can be up to 30 pages, up to 50 pages. Often more than not, within the contract, they'll indicate your pay as well. So if you come across a contract and they say that they also include your pay within the contract itself, be careful, because it looked nice on paper, but when you do the calculation, it's not nice. It's always against you.
The next page is talking about what they are going to do if you accidentally break any of their 3 gajillion bajillion clauses. And the last page is just a recap. You're not replaceable.
And also one of the things that you have to be very careful on contract is that if you can read through what is the rule that you can't break, because somehow, somewhat, the one that take up the most is not just the pay, it's not just the beneficial, it's always things that you can't do. I remember one of the things that I ripped across in one of the contract I signed for a VTuber agency was just basically you can't reveal about your identity to the public also BS, and I was like, okay, fine, I'm cool with that. And that if you say anything bad about the company, you are terminated. I was like, wait, what? so if I say badly about the company, I'm gonna get terminated. But in the end, I kind of like part way with the company, and somebody say anything about that. Yes, nani.
Sad to say, Chad, a lot of Asian companies kind of do that. You know, like, they don't tell you that, but they make it clear that they can do things without, like, with or without you. And if you leave, or if you don't take up the opportunity, someone else will.
They're usually heavily weighted against the talent, leaving little room for negotiation and emphasizing what they can't do far more than what they can.
If you have an exam tomorrow, go and sleep, for goodness sake.
The sense of being a replaceable cog in a machine is reinforced by her account of being reprimanded for a lighthearted joke about her silver play button.
Once upon a time, I dreamt that
Okay, good night.
I was traveling, and I decided to visit the place that I worked for in my dream. Let's not say let's just say Bethany. Once upon a time, a girl named Bethany was traveling, and Bethany decided to visit a built-in office in which Bethany was working for. During that visit, Bethany was very excited because this is where Bethany is working. So Bethany was very excited. And then as they were giving the tour and etc., Bethany saw on the walls there were a bunch of cool achievements. One of them had Bethany's name on it, and Bethany wanted to take a picture, but no can do. That's okay. That's okay. You know, Bethany understood. But then during this time, Bethany made a joke about jokingly being like, you know, the hand gesture where you like, oh, shh, yoink. You know what I mean? So Bethany made a joke being like, ooh, shh, yoink, like that, and like laughing about it. And then Bethany got scolded.
What? That's so neat. Yeah, imagine that you can't even it's like Niji-sanji don't really want to give the silver or gold play button to their employees. Already one of the thing already, like it belongs to the talent themselves. Yeah, like it's really kind of like just showcase that what's yours is mine, what's mine is mine, that kind of mentality within Niji-sanji. Like Hololive production give the silver play button for the talents while also at the same time paying for themselves as well. So there is one for the talents and one for the company. Niji Sanji say that nope, it belonged to the company. Even if the talent want it and the company can actually pay for it and send a copy for it, the company are saying nope. It must be the I think I think the mentality, right? I think the mentality is that, again, this is just speculation on my end. I think that Niji Sanji just said that no, they want the silver play button or the gold play button to be the unique one, like the only one in the whole world. It cannot be. There can't be two in the world. They just want it to be the one and only. That's the reason why they don't want to have a second one for them. Or if maybe if they really don't really want to pay for it, right, then that's a whole different story, because it's like, hey, we just don't want you to have it. Then it's really kind of like unfair for the talent, because the talent worked for it and you're just denying them from getting it. It's like, what the heck?
For making a distasteful joke.
Despite having gone to great lengths to return company property.
Here's the thing, Bethany may be an asshole, and Bethany may be stupid, but Bethany will never
Nani?
keep something that does not belong to Bethany. So Bethany contacted them, and Bethany's like, where can I drop them off? And they never said shit. So at that point, Bethany could have stolen it. But
Let's
no,
go to the person who
because
did
you
that.
know what, chat? You know what? Bethany has a very strong honor code. So Bethany held on to that, flew all the way to where the their job is, which is like an 8-hour flight, and returned it personally. Like no one was like, okay, Bethany, send it over here. And no, Bethany did that. Even though Bethany could have just stolen that thing, she could have kept it to herself. No, Bethany brought it with her, gave it back personally to the person that deserves to have this item.
Further
Illegal raising. Yeah, people just want to do it then. But it's really kind of like this showcase, right? Earlier I say what's Niji Sanji mentality of what's belong to the talents belong to the company. It just shows how insane that in the first place she have to like go all the way to Japan to return the thing, and the company is not even going to compensate back. Like, dude, not paying your employee is really one thing. Denying them of the things the beneficial thing for them, like seriously. They might have the idea of selling it as unique inside your VTuber nameplate button in the back of their mind. Dude, I wish that's not the case though. And also, Vanessa, go and have a good night rest. Good luck in the exam tomorrow. The thing is, I can understand if Niji Sanji want to have like the only play button that belong to a specific YouTuber in the whole damn world. Okay, if their mentality is that, because from what I do know of Niji Sanji, it's not that they're trying to like highlight that, hey, we don't want to pay for the plat. Unless, because the thing is, right, from what talents I say, they can pay for it. Even someone offered to pay for it.
scoring the finance.
Like someone want to pay for it, but the company just say no. No. So I think it's like what Pilsung you just mentioned, like unique, but I don't think they want to sell it. It's just that they just want to go with the I think they just want to go with the mentality that it's the only plat in the whole damn world. There can't be two for it. I think that's the actual mentality. But then again, I mentioned it's just speculative. But even so, is from what I do know of them, I think mine is the most likely situation though.
financial issues, Sunny also recently graduated Niji Sanji Talent, who left the company after not even a full year, also had a shocking revelation of receiving only a 2% revenue share, mirrors this feeling of frustration of not being able to receive as much as they put out. And then Sunny revealing that she only needs to sell 12 bundles to make more than what she did within an entire year at Niji Sanji.
The value placed upon the process, then yeah, very likely. And and this is really kind of like showcasing. I think it's really kind of showcasing the thing. How bad Niji Sanji is, how stingy the Niji Sanji is, where a lot of ex-talent who leave the company, a lot of the ex-talent leave the company, they became indie, they sell their merch one time, and they earn way more than over 1 freaking year within the company. Like, what the heck? Like, basically all the money go into the company, and the company, like, one of the reasons why I say Yago is really one of the good CEO of there is that he is willing to pay all the money to the talents. The only reason why the talent always tend to leave Niji Sanji is and leave Hololive is basically disagreement with the management. At least that's the only reason. But often more than not, you won't hear story like Hololive take advantage of them, Hololive not paying them. You never hear this kind of story. But you hear a lot of story when a lot of ex-talent just say that they feel underpaid. They are not being paid. They were taking advantage, or they won't even pay. This really just showcases how it's like, if you say that they are a collector with more toxic mentality, I think you can add greedy to it as well. I think you can add the word greedy to it.
So, if I sell like 12 bundles...
The funny thing is, right, it's just only it's not even 8 minutes of the video. I feel like I'm MadPat from Games Theory, where I can somehow drag a short video into a long yapping video.
I will have made the same amount off of merch as I did in my entire heist.
Is a little bit concerning, considering the bundles are priced at $77. That means she didn't even make $1,000 off merchandise within a full year working there. The sharp contrast between this paltry sum and Niji Sanji's overall profit speaks volumes. In 2024, a year where the entire economic system of Japan is struggling, any color is still valued at 130 billion yen, which is roughly 841 million.
Okay. This is the one where I been calling out Niji Sanji for quite a while. I've been saying, like, where's the money? During COVID season, we know that a lot of companies fell off because of COVID. And it's not unheard of. Even till now, the world is still suffering and recovering from COVID, the COVID economy. And the thing is, right, for the COVID situation, a lot of companies either drop in value, or went bankrupt, or basically disappeared, or being sold off. Basically being sold off. But yet, Niji Sanji, while it's true during the COVID period, it's also the booming of VTuber. The one that kind of like begged the question is the revenue earned by Hololive versus the revenue earned by Niji Sanji was very questionable. it was very questionable, because Hololive revenue was based on what they actually earn, but Niji Sanji was able to report higher in value, which is like, where did the money come from? So at the time I was like, basically they take majority of the money that was supposed to be given to talents and they put it into their own report as profit. And because the money is written as the company profit, it means it belongs to the company. It is not belong to the talents. So even if the talents try to claim that it is supposed to be given to them, they should be entitled to some percentage of it. The company once return the money into a profit of the company, it will be belonging to the company fund. It cannot belong to the talents anymore. So when that actually happened, the talents aren't getting any money. So it's really one of the moments where I just straight out just say that the company is just greedy and they just treat their talent as employee more than talents. So I believe it was Mr. Ray. Who later on became K9 Kuro. He was the one who said the 2%. And the lead of the contract that indicate 2% was also indicated as such. So it's really kind of like shows, like when I say that, yeah, they aren't earning much. Why is it like Hololive, a lot of talents is having a lot of money, but why is Niji Sanji not having a lot of money? Yeah, it's in the contract, as well as two, the company is taking everything. So it's just weird though.
But adding to their financial woes, Matara and Kuro, also ex-livers, detailed instances of unpaid wages and merchandise dispute, with Matara even stating that she still owed money for merch they practically forced on her to restock.
They sent me a message. They were like, hey, would it be okay if we, the way they would do this, is it okay if we restock this merchandise? And I was like, actually, thank you for asking. I would prefer that you didn't. I would really just want to leave and let everybody lie down and forget. They're like, oh, no, we weren't asking. We're just letting you know that we're restocking this merchandise. And I was like, okay, then why'd you say, is it okay? But they did restock a lot of merchandise right before I left, and I'm supposed to receive a percentage of that.
Oh.
I don't think I'm ever receiving. I don't think I'm ever going to receive that percentage. I don't think I'm.
Right.
See? I just say what I just say. It's the same thing as what the talents say. The money that was supposed to go to the talents, it never reached them. Like never a single one of them reached the talent themselves, and it just shows how greedy the company is, where they kind of like don't even bother paying their talent in the first place. It's like the money that is supposed to be given to their talents, and yet the company is just like, you know what? We aren't going to give you the money because it belongs to the company. And let me see whether I can still find the image on my end. Not sure whether I took a photo of it. Okay, I did not. Okay, so basically, right, I went to one of the booths that sell Niji Sanji merch in Singapore Anime Festival Asia, and yes, they have a Niji Sanji booth that sells some of the talents, so-called figurine. Some of the character are former talent. And basically they just trying to just say that, hey, buy our Niji Sanji merch, where the money is not going to the pocket of the talents. How the EN Niji fare compared to JP? Actually, JP also took quite a hit though. Not a lot, but it is still taking the hit. Basically what happened is that a lot of JP side, from what I hear, is that they are aware of it. Hardcore fan of Niji Sanji is still gonna support Niji Sanji. That is undeniable. The reason why I always use the word, I'm not going to stop anyone from supporting what they like. If they love Niji Sanji, I don't like Niji Sanji, it's fine. I don't like it, I don't watch it. They like Niji Sanji, they watch it. It was that simple. Majority of the JP side is still fine, but people are aware that Niji Sanji is slowly reviewing his talent due to the number of graduate. Like the number of graduate in the GP as well is making people realize, and when the news of the EN side happened, a lot of Japanese is aware as well. So in a way they are aware, and well, there are very like people who is having a grudge against Hololive. So when the graduation of two person, Crowley and Frona, when the news broke off, right? Majority of those people who attacked Hololive was actually those disgruntled Niji Sanji fan. So in a way, I wouldn't say they are going to lose their fan. It's just that if the fan is that Erico, it means that they are still surviving. It's just that it has reduced. So far, it has reduced. That's all I can say. But the one thing is, right, a lot of people realize that majority of the money that was supposed to give the talents are actually going to the pocket of Niji Sanji, and it has been reduced though. Like a lot of people realize that they got a lot of the super chat they send to the talents, most of them going to the pocket of the company. So a lot of them start kind of like reduce giving super chat. If anyone who go and check out the list on Niji Sanji earning super chat, right, they still quite the view compared to my video. I hardly hit over 10 viewers at one go. So they're still reaching like around, like some of them reaching 100,000. Though if the only thing is, right, even their big boys aren't reaching over 10k at this point of time. They are not reaching 10k viewers. Used to a lot, but nowadays not getting a lot because of the controversy behind Niji Sanji. And obviously a lot of people also get turned off about the fact that the money they give to the talent actually get into the pocket of the company, so they're unhappy as well. So yeah, basically it has been affected slowly, but not that obvious yet, because it's just that it's hard to say, is it really like in a good way or in a bad way. It's just kind of like Niji Sanji is trying to get a win. And the funny thing is, right, I remember, I kind of remember, I talked about Niji Sanji situation not too long ago. Oh my God, where was it again? I'm pretty sure I talked about Niji Sanji situation long ago. And I made a prediction, in a way. I kind of like made a prediction, and it was kind of funny. The prediction kind of like happened immediately from then. Yeah, funny. So, oops. So basically, there was a case about Niji Sanji reported about they catching on a harasser. So Niji Sanji talked that they arrest a hater. A hater. Now the issue is, right, it was later changed to harasser, not a hater. But the number of people who wrote in the comment was like happy about it, and there was also a lot of people saying like go and catch. Like there was later on a lot of like retweet. I remember like reading through some of them that they indicating operate drama tuber. They deserve jail too. Drama tuber. You mess with the bill, you get a horn. And I make a single post. They want to brag their win. They just want to brag it. But the way they act now is like desperate kids who want to show off their toys to the whole world, even if it isn't worth it. Then, after that, world came crashing down. And I make that post on the 5th of December. 5 days before the exposed video was released. Rima released 4 days ago. First one, we did it 2 days ago. I did a prediction saying that after that world came crashing down. It didn't take long. It really didn't take long for Niji Sanji to say, hey, we are a good company. So the thing is, initially I want to say like when Niji Sanji get a win, it's always followed by many L's. It's always followed by many L's. And like even if people say that Rima is purposely put that video purposely on that day, no. The expose is really, like the post is really kind of like being put out for quite a while though. And the funny thing is, right, it's like imagine like you only get 2%. 2%. So even if your super chat you got like 1K, you only get like 2%, $20. 1K, you only earn $2. Like $20 is like, dude, what the heck?
The $400 owed for a phone.
They still owe me like $400 because it's probably a little more because I send back my phone and they never paid me back for that.
And the lack of payment for plushies.
There's even stuff with me, you know, like there's like plushies and stuff that are still in like those crane games and stuff.
All point toward a systematic disregard of the financial well-being of the talents. Matara's poignant observation further emphasized the emotional toll alongside the financial burden the livers had to go through.
I was telling my parent that I was leaving like quote unquote assured success to potentially stream Factorio to, you know, maybe like 300 people if I'm lucky. Yeah. And they were like, you know what? Good. You were not happy. You seemed so distraught. And the way, okay, this is very Eastern European, but the way my mother said it, she's like, you look less beautiful when you're there. And beauty is not everything, but what she meant by that was like, it drained your beauty. It drained your like, your good energy, your everything.
Michimo Chibi also retells how she ran into some trouble at her previous company for not properly filing taxes, which they had told her they were retaining money from her paychecks to pay, which...
Normally test, right, when you're working for a company, normally when you're working for a company, the company should be the one doing the test for you, like normally, because they are the one paying your salary. So unless if they say that you do your own tax, unless they really outright say that you do your own tax, you pay your own tax, normally you have to have the company to do the test for you. It will be much easier. But what a lot of people need to understand, why it kind of like a bit sensitive for VTuber, is that for VTuber, they have a fixed amount of money given to them, but the test agency will be like, no, you receive so much super chat, it means that you receive all those money. You should be taxed for every money you receive. But what a lot of people are unaware is that the talent only receive up to just a bit only. They only receive just a little bit, and it's not being given to the talents, and the majority of the money is being given to the company. And the company, Niji Sanji, instead of like paying the tax for their talents, they make their talent pay for their tax. It's like, what the heck? Like, dude, the company, from being stingy to greedy to just being outright Mr. Scourge. Like, Christmas is near, definitely, but dude, are they just being outright Mr. Scourge in this era or something along the line?
Which caused her to then go in massive debts. This isn't the first time we hear Niji Sanji livers speak about monetary troubles due to tax issues. And while many could point the blame on the individual responsibility of each talent, it's also not unrealistic nor unheard of to expect a company you work for to guide you through these steps and to provide you with resources to thrive in a brand new workplace environment and a profession to which there are practically no rulebook for yet. And it's not just the low profit share that is the issue, or even the financial burden. Most people would still be okay with accepting a lower wage in exchange for doing what they love and what is creatively fulfilling to them. But clearly, the talents not only feel used, but also shackled by the corporate restrictions. From projects being denied without consulting them, such as when now graduated talent Pomu revealed management had
Can you be violating a trust law? The thing is, right, the thing is not just like, is it violating? Niji Sanji has always used the contract, like their contract, as their binding law. So even if it violates fair share or trust law or whatever law that is, Niji Sanji can just say that the talents signed the contract. It's a binding law. They don't care. And even if, like what Sayu say, even if she can sue the company, it's not worth the time. It's not worth the money. Because you have to invest a lot of time and effort into fighting the law. Like fighting against them using the law. So the only thing is, right, are you going to fight just for a mediocre amount of money and then risk all your money for the lawsuit and your time and your mentality? Which is the reason why Sayu dropped the case. Like she could have sued them. Dokeeper could have sued them. Any of the talents that leave the company can sue Niji Sanji. If all of them stand together and sue Niji Sanji, I think they could all win. But Niji Sanji got a lot of money. Do you think they would lose? The only issue at this point of time, I'm not even sure do Niji Sanji actually have the money. Which is the problem. But that would be a whole new different story though.
Declined a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity without even consulting her.
Or rather, I don't know, asked of me? Or offered to me? Offered to me. Offered to me. And I get why it wasn't accepted, but it's really frustrating. Things weren't negotiated or anything, it was just flat out no. Because I felt like maybe it was maybe a once in a lifetime opportunity or something, I don't know.
to Vivi being barred out of the lower brackets as to not interact with terminated livers during the Tekken Slam tournament organized by Sajam.
I've been running the slam for a while. The first slam I ran was right after there was some initial issues with Niji Sanji. I wasn't very familiar with it at the time. I like kind of looked into it a little bit and I was like, am I causing a ruckus here? Is someone going to be upset? And it didn't seem like that was going to be a problem. So I was like, okay, this is cool. Now, to my understanding, Mrs. Bird and Mrs. Brightshield and the rest of Niji Sanji have not been involved in the same event. There's been some problems. I don't know the details. I have no idea. Mrs. Bird and like Niji Sanji not being in the same tournament. To my knowledge, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is one of, if not the first time they've like been in the same event. I don't know if that's the case or not. But like obviously there's some trepidation.
Could it be? Is she in the same jam slam again? Yes.
Yeah, here's a funny thing. Well, it's actually good that Victoria is out of Niji Sanji. And it's a good thing that Victoria is out of Niji Sanji, because from how I look at it, it's like, dude, she graduated already. That's more than enough. Now the thing is, right, the organizer kind of like dropped the ball a little bit on that incident where basically they hold a tournament and they hold Tokiba within the slot and a talent Victoria from Niji Sanji, who is still with a Niji Sanji talent at the time. Now here's the point. Anyone who know about the situation happened between Tokiba and Niji Sanji will know what happened in a way. But the thing is, right, Niji Sanji decide to just kind of like say that, hey, we do not want to have our talent interact with Tokiba, or at the same time they don't like to have, like, if possible, don't want Tokiba in the tournament. So when that actually happened, they kind of like just can't have a compromise between both. They can't have both of them leave. So the only way was, because that basically was split them up. Don't let Tokiba meet up with Victoria and vice versa. And it led to a situation where basically Victoria was later on kind of like being neglected by even the management of Niji Sanji, that finally in the end like kind of like lead to her graduation. Like the reason why Victoria kind of mentioned that disagreement with management. Like, dude, if disagreement with management by Crowley and Frona is one thing, yeah, you have to understand that phrase was also start from Victoria as well.
That is right. I will be participating in Say Jam Slam 3 for the Street Fighter 6 arc. Alright, now for the part where a lot of you guys are here for because of my pinned message. I will address the elephant in the room. So you might have seen like people who are participating in this current Say Jam Slam. Apparently, the conditions that they gave the organizers was that there has to be 0 interactions between me and them. That means we won't be on the same team and they will not be in my skill division.
Or even Victoria Brightshield being left out of a major collab and only finding out once it got announced on social media. Or simply denying livers the right to invest back into their own content, such as management denying Matara the right to pay for a new rig.
You know, one thing I had to ask if I could pay to get myself re-rigged. And it wasn't something I was allowed. But I was like, please, can I pay to get a re-rigging? Please, I beg you.
And Reza from ID also confirmed previously that they weren't allowed to invest back their own money into projects, and that was the reason he envied indie VTubers who could.
Of course I earn money from other places, right? But that money can't exactly be used immediately for my VTubing career. That's what I'm a little bit jealous of. When I see like indie VTubers, like, man, they can just spend money to buy, like, to make new models and everything.
And Maid Mint, previously Pomu, finally opened up about her 3D model whilst at Niji Sanji, noting how disappointing the quality was compared to other 3D models and how she had to wait an entire year for changes that weren't even applied, thus only allowing her to use.
I'm not even sure if this even like, can I even survive this? Because it's like, when I know how bad the company is really, and now Rima is just doing this video talking about all the situation again and again, it's like, Like, dude, normally if I'm watching this alone in my own time, I'll just keep quiet and just watch it. Like, seriously, I wouldn't even interact, I wouldn't even talk about it. But hearing this kind of thing, like how, like just hearing again and again how shitty the company is really, like I don't even like to use the word shitty. Like anyone would know it, I would just use the word shh. Like I wish kind of like pause it, but at this point of time, I wouldn't even give a censorship to all the bad words I say about the company at this point of time. It's just observe that how bad the company is. Like the talent want to pay for the re-rate for their model, and the and the funny thing is, right, even if the talent pay for it, they aren't going to earn it, they aren't going to own it, they aren't going to have it. At the end of the day, it belongs to the company, and it's like, how insane is this? It's like the same thing I said earlier. It's the same thing. The company just want to say what's yours is mine, what's mine is mine.
Use her model twice before retiring.
I had a dream once where I got a 3D model and I really didn't like it, and I felt that compared to other 3D models it was not good and had less detail compared to the other 3D models, and it made me really sad, and I wasn't.
Okay, for the 3D model, I believe at the time they only hired those people to do so-called cheap model, because like often more than not, if you hire a good a 3D artist, it always tends to be very expensive. But when you want cheap one, you tend to get poor quality. It's like in a way you pay what you get what you pay, and Niji Sanji just don't want to spend too much money in the model, even if the talent are going to pay for it. So even if the talent aren't happy about it, the thing is, right, if the company just say that, hey, we don't like it, the talent don't like it, you're gonna give her the talent, give the master model for free. Yeah, this actually happened within Niji Sanji and Hololive, whether surprising or not. Is that Hololive situation? Anyone who know about it happened was, yes, Hololive did the same thing, and they backpedal and they pay back with interest to all the talents that own the payment. But the thing is, right, that is only because the government decided to use Hololive as a sample. But it is a common, when a lot of artists say that it's a common practice within that industry. Yeah, there's like only like 2 big company out there that is only using them doing the same thing, and it's just basically just telling, like, it's just basically just telling that, hey, you know what, we are not going to pay you because our tenant is not happy about it, and you're also doing a poor job, so we aren't going to pay you anyway along the line. It's like, dude, it's worse though. I mean, like, even if they pay, it's they're just gonna like, oh, can you pay a little bit? Can we just pay a little bit? Discount? This is just too like insane.
Able to use the 3D model for a very long time, and then I asked them to change it, and all they did was change the hair color just a tiny bit, but I had to wait an entire year for that to happen, and they didn't even make any of the changes that I asked about, and then I only got to use it like 2 times, and then I woke up from the dream.
There's been multiple instances where the company felt like it was breathing down their necks while simultaneously not being there for them when it was the most needed. And to be fair, perhaps some of these restrictions are there to protect the livers. After all, the corporate life isn't for everybody. But surely the perks have to exceed the downsides, or else why would anyone stay? For a while, we all thought Victoria's Bright Shield graduation was due to the increased scrutiny Nijisanji En had been under after the Silen Gate incident, which for sure made it a heavier environment to work in. But it still came as a surprise when Victoria came out and reclarified her reasons for graduating, which were not because of people harassing her or even because of the negativity surrounding the company, but really it was for probably the same reason all the others graduatees left. Feeling unhappy, underappreciated, coupled with poor financial perks and feeling restricted by the suit upstairs.
It's probably not a surprise to you guys that I'm pretty unhappy here. When those bad things keep happening and they keep adding up.
It's really bad though. What make it even more what make it even more ridiculous, right? Is that if you guys notice PV model, it's not even like compatible to some of Hololive newest talents. Like a lot of like Niji Sanji new talent model is like they kind of like look very flat. Like seriously, they look kind of like very flat. But when you compare to the latest members of Hololive, like the JP and the EN, right? You can just basically look how good their model are. Look how the model action or like you can just see how good their model is. They are now they are paying to get good artists, and at the same time making sure that talents are having good model. Because most of the model, even if they kind of like look flat, it kind of like they can move their head like almost near 3D. Now the issue with a lot of Niji Sanji model is that they tend to go in a way that is basically flat. They are not using the newer version, and in a way it just kind of like, is it they don't want to pay too much for their talents? Dude, they say they will provide model for the talents, but imagine like if the company says that, oh, we provide you the model, you pay for it, alright? Like, what? That would be even more ridiculous though.
There were many reasons that kind of led me to this, but you know, what caused me to have made these decisions are people that will probably never care and probably don't know anything about me.
It's more about the decisions that the company takes that I just cannot.
You can even see that her mouth is not even moving much, even though she's speaking a lot. This shows how bad the model is in a way though.
Agree with, and I don't understand. If my reasons were because I felt that I was getting way too much hate, that's just like the cost of business, I think, if you become a VTuber. So no, I love you guys so much. I don't give a f about being hated on. That would never stop me. What I meant for, you know, people that will never know my name or what I even do, it's where the suit's upstairs.
It's hard because most of them have voiced frustrations about not even being able to invest back some of their own money into projects they want to see come to fruition for their fans. And this structure, coupled with lack of support and promotion, has become so difficult for these VTubers to continue their activities for an extended period of time. Recently, a series of alleged leaked DMs and chats from an undisclosed Niji Sanji liver have also surfaced, and they don't look good. In the first screenshots, we can see a liver tell how they were encouraged to spend for their debut, how they are now
seriously, they actually you can't be serious.
screenshots, we can see a liver tell how they were
encouraged to spend money in debut. Oh god.
encouraged to spend for their debut, how they are now $10,000 in debts. And again here, the sentiment of not being able to do the things that I want to do. The same liver goes on to state, it's not the same as before, it's so unfair to us, we make 50% of everything, they have done nothing for me, it's just very skewed, it sucks, like we technically are not allowed to do anything else content related, it's great, they don't want us to have anything else. I can't do anything, I get nothing, and I'm supposed to be happy with that. We were heavily encouraged to spend money on debut, so I did because we all thought it's fine. Others made like $25,000 first month. I get my first paycheck $100. They took 90% of it to pay off my assets. And it also seems that this undisclosed liver wasn't able to earn money for 9 months because things kept getting delayed. We can only assume it was probably because they were getting prepped for debuting. I was told I'd get a certain amount of money and it can go to whatever I want, so I'm thinking, okay, finally I can live off of this for a few months, I'll budget, etc. They took it and put it into assets funds, and I was never told that. They just did it. We were told to quit our jobs for this. You can't stream elsewhere. I had to delete all my old accounts, delete my Discord server, etc. So I have nothing. All my old fans are gone. And this brings me to my next point, the uneven restrictions when it comes to letting livers speak out on certain topics. The Niji Sanji fanbase stretches far and wide, and groups of people from all kind of culture come together for their love of VTubers. And while that is beautiful in one way, the pitfall of this is that there is bound to be cultural clashes. We've already witnessed a few instances of this. Vox Yo Mama joke was met with backlash and even people asking him to graduate.
And because people have brought it up, I'm just going to clarify something. I did have a talk with Sonny and he wasn't offended by my fucking joke at all. Because in our culture, it's not something offensive to say. It's just a silly little piece of mindless banter that a lot of people from both the UK, Australia, and just general Western countries don't really think twice about.
Kyo's Korean plastic surgery joke as well, and let's not forget the laundry list Rapid fans drafted against Dina Kozaka's perceived harmful quote-unquote actions. They were all nothing burgers, and they would have stayed nothing burgers if the livers were at the very least allowed to squash the sense and nip rumors in the bud. But
yeah, the controversy is actually kind of like funny in the way that if they think about it. So basically what happened is, right, a lot of situation like it would be fine if the talent just kind of like move on, don't talk about it, it will become just those problematic fans, like those problematic people talking about it. It will be ending at that point. The thing is, when people talk about it and then the company force the talent to apologize for it just because of a few minority fans talking about it, yeah, it doesn't look good, right? So like, even till now, do I apologize to a lot of things that I said? Like even like even for the one that I did today, which got quite a lot of dislike. The minor is fine to minor thing is fine to Blackwash. Am I gonna apologize for the video? Do I gonna watch like do I gonna apologize to those people who is like saying like, hey, it's fine, it's just art, dude. It's not fine just because it's an art. It's that now you guys are receiving the same taste of medicine that you guys did to previous Japanese artists who draw black character in lighter tone. Now you guys are facing the same issue and now you guys say, oh, it's fine, there's nothing wrong. No, it's never fine. It's just basically you guys are facing the same thing. So to me, will I apologize for it? I keep my stand a bit neutral. Like I say, like the person who do the black drawing, like I say the young girl is good at drawing, just that it would be good if it doesn't change it to black. If if they don't, or even best, they don't tolerate. The moment they tolerate it, it became an issue. Like I say that in that video, so I'm not gonna apologize because I can't like put my stand. It was in a neutral stand. I give credit the younger did a good art, but it's just that if a younger thing is fine to blackwash, then it will become a problem because more and more people will think that hey, blackwashing is fine when it's not supposed to be fine. If people in America start saying that oh, blackwash is fine, and then out of nowhere when people start whitewashing them and they say oh, it's not fine, like dude, you guys started it and now you guys say it's wrong. It's like, and then those, like, imagine the younger saying like oh, it's not good, then that's became a problem. So that's the reason why like a lot of situation, right, I won't apologize unless it's something that when I do my research and the information that was given to me is wrong. But which a lot of time, a lot of information when I source that out, I know that I am looking at the right source. Even if the source is questionable, I will also highlight in the video that is allegation or something that is not true, and that I'm just saying that there is such a perspective. So at the end of the day, it just kind of showcase that how a lot of people will just go apologize for it over nothing burger. And and Niji Sanji's been forcing their tenant to apologize for it, and then what happened next? They get so-called, oh, they went on hiatus, they went on a break, which basically means they got suspended. It's just bad though. Like the one that actually kind of like looked back was the one that actually looked back was this one where you have to pay to debut in Niji Sanji. I'm pretty sure Niji Sanji actually in their website indicate that you don't really need to do so though. If I'm pretty sure, if you apply, like if you do application, stream, talents, event, news, Sanji. Application form. Is it night there? Yeah, it is night over here. It's 1:20 AM on my end. For more information. Did they remove that? I think they removed it because they, like in the past they used to have it. I think they removed it. So it's not just a clever title. No, it's not just a random. It is technically night though. It is night on my end. Actually, more like I should be calling it midnight chat. I haven't used the night chat for quite a while. Often more than not, it's always night on my end. I think they remove it. They probably remove it. They used to indicate like what kind of like things they would do, like the process. The process, do they have it? I think they removed it because they were afraid of it, I guess. It's 11 a.m. on your end. It's gonna be but dude, like Niji Sanji, I recall like I already knew how bad the company is already. The one who is saying that this and for hypocrite normally are ignored, but I wish there was a class considered for defamation. Dude, what is this idiot saying? The issue with blackwashing and whitewashing was because like when other people draw Japanese into black, it's okay, but like dude, it is what happened. So what is this idiot saying? Anyone who is saying, dude, if so basically what happened was that like I did for the random chat about the one that did washing, if it's serious, wow, so anti-racism. So I said that I already got quite a few dislikes on my last video covering this topic, and I got a comment stating they are fine with the reimagine. Like this was legit in the comment section. It is legit in it. Like you see, like it's basically here. I don't see the issue. They are fictional character. Like idiot like this thinking it's fine to blackwash. They say they are fictional, they are not real, it's fine. Then why is it that when previously when Japanese people draw black character in lighter tone, they will attack? That's why like I don't understand idiot like this trying to, like, they are legit going to my video, like they're like really going to my video to do a lot of dislike, and I don't understand what yeah, that's the thing. I don't understand what kind of idiot are they trying to prove. Like they say they don't see the issue. Like dude, it's a drawing, you'll be fine. It's not hurting anyone, it's fan art. And yeah, this guy actually said it correctly. In the same way, if a black character was whitewashed, would you say it's okay because it's fan art? Which was attacked in the previous video I did. People attack other people because a lot of Japanese people was attacked because they whitewash a character apparently, or the character is too white. So I don't understand. Like I don't understand what are those idiots trying to prove. At most I would just say that I would just press dislike. I don't want to like interact with them anymore. It's like, what is this idiot trying to prove? I'm not going to interact with them. It's not a big issue, dude. It's the same thing as I said earlier. It's more on the part where Japanese find it weird why they are not allowed to color black character lighter so that they can add in pink blushes, and when others draw Japanese into black character, it's okay. What is happening right now? It's okay. They are adding that it's okay. It's the same. It's and because it's happening, and Japan is aware of the double standard, and this idiot saying like, normally I would ignore it, but I wish there was kind of consequences for defamation. Like, dude, what idiot comment is this? What kind of idiotic comment is this? Like, am I saying something defaming? I'm saying something that is already happened within my comment section already. Like, blackwashing, not an issue. Oh, it's not issue, it's actually fine. It's a drawing, it's a fan art, it's fine. Dude, that's the reason why I don't care about it. They just showing how much of an idiot they are right now. Like, dude, get a life. It's the reason why Japanese people are angry right now is because when it's blackwashing, it's fine. When it's whitewashing, you're racist! It's bad! That's why I said, what is this idiot trying to say? I'm like, I want to know what is this idiot trying to prove? What defamation? The one that pissed me off that I actually have to reply, right? Like legit I have to reply earlier. Was the same guy. Then tell people to start drawing more black character, period. And I said many manga are based off Japanese. So are you expect them to make a Japanese people black? Isn't that race swap? Oh, I think it'll be more towards telling the Western side to just create their own character. Like, dude, there is already like you don't always say that there is black Japanese people. There is no black Japanese people. The only way I can say there is a black Japanese people is when they suntan so damn black that if they look like a black person. And now we got an idiot. Ever hear of Yasuke? Dude, it has been debunked that Yasuke never exists. Now we got another idiot at this point. A black person whose history was debunked to never existed, and that the book of Yasuke was done by a quack historian, and you saying that a black is an ASEAN. This is just a fan art. If this person is trying to tell me that it's a true comment, no, it's not debunked as the samurai. The issue is that Yasuke never exists. It was debunked by the Japanese people, by the Japanese government, that there is no record of Yasuke ever existed. That's the issue. There was no record within the government. The government actually looked into it. The government of Japan actually looked into the book. Is like they looked into the historical. They said there was no record of such existence by the government of Japan to never exist. And now, that's the reason why I said it was done by a crack historian. And now you are saying a black is an ASEAN? Just how many race can black be? Wow. Dude, the thing is, right, the Japanese already talk about it. Yeah, at this point of time, I really kind of like got way more dislike than anything else though. Like that video to me, right, I'm not gonna care about how many like or dislike. It's just that this idiot trying to interact with me, and I already interact one time already. The reason why I interact with him is like it's just like the idiot say get more black character. Dude, what black character? Like, I'm not sure if this guy trying to troll me or not, but if this guy is trying to be a troll, I think he did a very great job, because I'm not going to dislike or like that thing. Because the thing is, right, like, dude, a black person whose history was debunked by the government of to never exist, and you the book Yasuke already, I will say already, it was done by a correct historian. Because the thing is, right, they say that there was no book to they say there is no book to debunk the existence of Yasuke. The question is, there was also no book to debunk the existence of Yasuke as well. The funny thing is that they say there was no book to debunk Yasuke never exists. Now the question is like, if there is no book to debunk his existence, then why are you saying that? Then you mean to say that there is no book to debunk his, there's no book to prove his existence as well. You know what I mean? They freaking hit themselves in the book, in their feet. There was no book to debunk his existence, but there is also no book to prove his existence. So it means that he never existed. Yasuke was basically, at the end of the day, like I mentioned, it was done by a crack historian. Since you want, dude, this is the same person who say, tell them to start creating more good black character. Dude, when, like I mentioned, like the thing is, right, many are based off Japanese. How do you make a Japanese black? The only way I can say that there is a Japanese black is basically they sometimes so damn black that they became black though. So does that mean that they are not Japanese? They are black? Is a Japanese so suntan? Like if it's like, is a Japanese so suntan that they should be called black? Like if I say that, if I use the word kurogaru, which is Japanese woman, but their skin is black, does that mean they are black? Does that mean that they are not Japanese? They are black? Then, if that is the case, why are those people not drawing this kind of artwork? Why are they not drawing this kind of people? Like, I don't understand their logic anymore. Like, they're trying to argue with me with facts when I know way more stuff in the world. Like, this is a culture in Japan that is black Japanese people, but they are not black. They are Japanese people who suntan themselves to black, or they paint themselves black. And you know what the black people will say about this? They call it racism. They say that it's against the black people because they paint themselves black, or they sometimes to be like black. So they say, like, I remember they call this very racism. There is a group of people saying that this is racism. And now we have people saying that, oh, tell them to create more black people. Dude, they are the same group of people who say that this kind of thing is racism, and that's the reason why that's the very same reason why they say that why they don't draw more this kind of people in Japan anymore, because they are the same people who say that if you paint a Japanese too black, that is bad, that is racism, you are against the black. Like, okay, then we don't draw Japanese black anymore, we draw Japanese white, the way we all want Japanese to be white. And now they out of nowhere say that, oh, we must draw Japanese black now. What logic are they trying to prove? Now, previously when there is like Kurogaru and they say it's racist, and now they say it's not racist, and now they say, oh, it's like you don't have too much of the black character. They saw what they see and they see what they saw, and they freaking make the problem in the first template now lie in the bed. Like, dude, what were they trying to prove? Like, I don't understand what those idiots trying to do, indicating such a thing. Like, they say this is racist, so Japanese people don't do it. And now this kind of idiot coming to my comments saying like, oh, create more black character. Then when Japanese create this one, you guys say racist, and now you say it's not racist. Like, dude, make out your damn mind. I don't understand what they're trying to prove. Like, seriously. 何が言いたいか私も何も理解できないよ。It's crazy. And they say that, oh, it's definition. Dude, I seen what it happened over this freaking situation. This kind of thing happened within like, it have been happening for over 20 years already. The Black Garu happened, the racist thing happened 20 years ago, and it was still an issue even till now. And now they're trying to say that, oh, create more black character, oh, it's a freedom of art. But when a person who draw a black character into white, they say, oh, it's racist, you are not supposed to do that, you are racist, 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 you are racist. It's like, wow. A lot of Japanese people say that, okay, okay, わかりました。すみません。ごめんなさい。今回はもうしない。It's like, sorry, I'm not going to do that next time. I apologize for it. They did it. And now, when a freaking people start blackwashing all the Japanese people, and they just say that, oh, it's not racist, it's just fantasy, oh, it's just fictional art, it's a drawing, it's not real. Yeah, full of BS, right? That's why I don't understand. Like, normally I would ignore it. Dude, what defamation? I seen a lot of things happen over the year. The one that is making the noise, right, is never a Japanese. The one that kickstarted the blackwashing, whitewashing was the American side. They started it, they bring it to Japan, and now they backpedaling and saying that they are the victim. Like, dude, either they make out the mind that it can go both ways, with blackwashing and whitewashing is fine. If not, get a life. I don't understand what they are trying to prove. Like, I don't understand. What are they trying to prove? It's like, oh, it's not a good thing, yeah. Yeah, no, we shouldn't do this kind of things. Yeah. That's why when I saw, like for me, when I see the video, when I got a lot of dislike on my end, to me, I'm just like, I really knew that that video attracted the Black Washer supporter. I knew at the back of my mind, I will receive a lot of dislike. Even if I watch this live stream, I see whether I got dislike, I will be like, yeah, maybe they saw my live stream. I really got a lot of dislike on that video that I'm not going to care anymore. Because I know that there's no way to go and talk about to this kind of idiot. Because there is this kind of idiot trying to be either they want to be a troll or they just want to have a no life along the line. It's like, I don't want to spend my time arguing about this kind of thing. Like, I move on. That's it. Okay, the funny thing, in case you guys are not aware, right? The Japanese version of the Yasuke, the Yasuke one, right? I will just say one thing. The reason why I say it's a quack is because the original Japanese version of the book done by the quack historian, right? He actually add one word in the Japanese form. It's a fictional character. He actually write in the Japanese version, it was a fictional character. That's why the Japanese people never bat an eye. But in the English version, he said, like you mentioned, the true story of the legendary African samurai. That's what the thing is, right? At the end of the day, it's not that I'm trying to like say that am I against blackwashing or am I against whitewashing. It was never supposed to be a thing in the first damn place. It was never supposed to be a thing. The one who spread it was because of those idiots. They just want to see the world burn and they make it a fad. And the thing is, right, the more they do it, right, like seriously, the thing is, the more they do it, the more they think it's fine. And then when they think it's fine because they get no repercussion, it became a fad. It's really one of the moments where even a lie became a true, and the true became a lie. It's really like at this point of time, right? Yasuke is really living the moment where there was, even when they say there is no book or history record to indicate that he never existed, like to deny his existence, it also kind of like never proved that he ever existed. It's like there is no indication of Yasuke ever existed. Which means that it was just, like I say, it was just created by a quack historian over nothing. It was never it was never a thing. Seriously. After this, I need to go and get myself some chocolate to eat though. I've been eating, like I have seriously been buying a lot of chocolate lately. In case anyone wondering, like I've been buying a lot of chocolate lately, all because of the fact that I just have to make sure that I don't get too pissed off. Like I actually got chocolate just to make sure that I'm happy and keep my mood in check. Because the thing is, right, the last thing I want is getting myself mad over this kind of issue though. To me, it's like the number of views, yes, it's a lot. But the number of dislike I get is also a lot. Like I actually got a lot of dislike for that video. To me, it's like, is it affecting me? Like, dude, I got quite a few videos, also got quite a lot of other dislike though. So can't really say like am I happy about receiving dislike. Dude, getting dislike, does it affect my mood? Yes, it means that I got something that is disagree on point. But most of the time people just kind of like never even put a comment or say anything to like prove their point. The only issue for the Black Watch video, the one that actually got me pissed off, is that the number of idiots talking about it. Like, I don't see the issue. They are fictional character. It's a drawing. It's a fan art. Like, dude, why is it that when a Japanese people draw a black character in lighter tone, you guys start making noise, and then now you guys say, "Oh, backpedal," whatsoever. Yeah, I don't think it's your fault though. I already kind of knew when I stepped into this situation, right? I knew that I'm gonna receive this kind of criticism. I say this every single time. When a person give up their take, they are open for criticism. The only thing is that this time around, I'm receiving BS from Western side, mostly. It's that I'm not, like, I'm fine. Like, the reason why I always do the last, at the end of the video, whether you whether you have your own point of view, your opinion, your take, your, like, whether you agree with me or disagree, right in the comment section, we can discuss it further. One of them talk a whole long story. I was like, fine, I can see your point of view. But when I'm receiving idiotic comment, that is when I'm like, I'm not going to talk about it. I interact with this person once, the person try to talk more, and most I will just press dislike, I move on. I'm not going to like get myself stuck. Like, it's like basically I don't want them to leave rent-free in my head. So the thing is that I'm not going to like piss off at this kind of idiotic comment every single time. I see it, I dislike it, I just move on. Nothing to do with me anymore. Like, I don't want to like let this kind of thing to affect me in so many way, because that is one of the things that I do, like how I live my life, is that it's not that I don't interact with them, it's that how am I going to move on? The way to move on is basically don't think too much. If I know that what I say is always right, then I guess that I don't need to like be affected by their point of view, because they are just trying to troll, or they just trying to say that it's fine. Like, this, it just kind of like prove my point. And the funny thing is, right, they just only like prove my point. They just only prove my point when I say that, like, earlier when I showed the comment, like this one, when I say that when a Japanese people who draw a black character lighter, it became a problem. But when Japanese people get drawn into black character, it's okay. And this idiot say that it's defamation. If that person say it's defamation, dude, I have idiot people coming to my comment saying the same thing that what I just say. So basically it's not defamation. So if this person trying to sue for defamation, yeah, I got proof by your same group of idiotic people. They just say the same, like, unless they delete it, then that's another thing. So I don't understand, like, what kind of idiot is this trying to prove? What defamation? Defamation is just basically they're trying to say that I defame them. It's like, dude, how am I going to defame them when it's freaking something that is happening on, like, people is saying the same thing. It's a drawing, it's fine. The one that make the whole noise is basically mostly on the Western side. It's like, dude, I knew when I step into this case, I'm gonna receive a lot of backlash from those kind of idiotic people. It's just that I was hoping this kind of video don't get into their radar. I will be honest. I was hoping this kind of video won't get into their radar. Somehow, somewhere, it got into their radar. Because if you guys can see the number of views, like the number of views, like, dude, it's rising every single moment. Even till now, it's still rising. So I already knew at the back of my mind that this got into their radar. Am I angry about it? No. Why? Because it helped me to increase the watch hour. So if they are going to contribute to the watch hour, why should I be mad? Because I say everything in the video. If they don't watch the video, it means that they are just being they're just being idiot because they don't even understand what my point of view is. So to me, I'm not gonna care too much about that. Even if people say I'm saying something defamation, what defamation? Legit, there is people saying the same thing in my comment section. So what are they trying to prove? No one get angry. No one. Everyone. That's the thing. I don't understand what they're trying to prove. It's like it's the same thing as I said before. When they can't debunk me, they come up with the weirdest logic. They knew that what I say is already right. I said this even in the previous random chat already, where I say that washing, when a person who is the other way around, will they be mad? I said that long ago. In this video, I say the same thing. Do you think that it's alright for people to think it's I say that in the video already, that if a person who draw a white character out of a black character, do you guys get mad? It's the same thing. It's a drawing. If they think it's a drawing, it's fine. Then why are people mad? I say that in the video. Why is it that there is people mad over it? It's in the freaking same video. Like I did it in the video. Like when I showcase, when I draw it, like person who draw the character black, oh, grown man over it. Like they knew they're gonna get people mad. And when I showcase a Black Panda where a person draw it white, they are mad. And then I showcase that there is a comment showing that the person is a clan member. Hope this help. It's in the freaking video. It's proving that they are not even watching the video, because I say in the video that when a person who do it, there is people out there mad over it. When a character is being whitewashed. People mad over whitewash. But when is blackwashing, what the comment come from? Is a drawing. I don't see the issue. It's in the video. They don't watch it. And it's like they can't debunk me at all. Even if they report to YouTube, my take on that video is neutral. As much as I'm angry over blackwashing and whitewashing this issue, I'm stated that it run both ways. That's why I don't see it. That's why I don't understand what are they trying to prove. What are they trying to indicate? That would be funny if imagine the Assassin's Creed being set in Africa and the main character is white, and then they are this is speculation. This is speculation from something that I've seen on Twitter. Although take this with a few pins or so, okay. I think it was Pirate was the one who did it. I don't think I pressed the like button for him. Because I was like, oh, what's it? Did I bookmark it? Oh yeah, but basically a lot of Japanese people are also aware. the Japanese people are aware, where they say that white people racist against Asia, racist against black people racist against ASEAN because they can't be racist against white. And there's someone even do something like any other whatever along the line, like it was so messy, like it became a thing, like. And the funny thing, this one got like 5.2 million impression though. It's like, dude, it's insane though. What was the one? I think it was. Is it Pirate Nation? Or is it? I keep forgetting his. The one is. What was? Dude, I can't remember his. Oi. Collect. I found it. Yeah, it's fine though. I found it. I was going to talk about this as well. So, apparently, this is just apparently, okay, I'm not sure how true it is. So, apparently this is what they stated happened on indicating that Ubisoft headed towards privatization and dismantling in 2025, industry experts predict. So basically they think that Ubisoft will be private by the finally in 2025 to raise money. It is very likely they will sell Rainbow Six and Assassin's Creed to Tencent. True or not, again, like I mentioned, only time can tell. So if Assassin's Creed do end up being sold off in order to like let Ubisoft survive, we can expect some form of like, is it gonna be will it still stay or not? It may stay or not, it depends on, only time will tell. And ruin that outside of reach, definitely. It's just that for the assistant of Ubisoft, right? It's really not a news anymore. I did want to I'm pretty sure I did a video about it already. Yep, I did a video already about it, like more layoff. So and it's really kind of like not a news anymore, where the layoff is getting more and more insane lately, especially when it's kind of like as Defiant cancelled by Ubisoft, nearly 300 employees lay off. Nearly 300. And they are like closing more and more studio. Even like studio in San Francisco or Osaka will close. Studio even in Osaka will close. So the thing is, it just proved that if they're going to close even more company in order for it to be sustainable, I won't be surprised if they're going to close even more branch all over the world, even in Australia, even in Singapore. Yes, in case anyone want to know, there is a freaking Ubisoft in Singapore. Well, two of my friends work in Ubisoft. I know them very well. Both of them are out of the company. Was it because of DEI? They won't say anything. The only reply I got from them was they wasn't happy working in that company and they want out. That was the only reply I received from my two friends who I used to study games development back in my days. So when I say I studied game development, I knew both of them and they both get into Ubisoft back in the days. And when I asked them like, why did you guys leave? Oh, wasn't happy working in the company anymore. That was it. Your last comment was deleted by YouTube. Let me take a look. Was it here? Or is it? Dude. The same idiot has his comment considered potential in play. They are black as they are black as dude. This guy, right? I'm not sure. Am I living? Is it? Am I live? Did I live rent free in this guy? That he want attention from me. Like, am I living rent free on him that he want to live rent free in my head? I see this guy replying to me a lot from how I look at it though. You're clearly uneducated, dude. I think this idiot, like, you guys know me. I don't use the word idiot all the time. Yeah, I think it might be an internet issue. Because I don't see anything on my end. Let's see. But I think that the funny thing is, right, if this, I didn't block it, okay? YouTube blocked it, okay? YouTube is the one blocking it, okay? I'm not the one anything. I didn't do anything. This is on YouTube. If this was someone to make noise, go YouTube block it. Okay? This is one of the moment that why I always say, like, it's not that I'm trying to like talk bad in a bad way. It's just that if I don't see there is any, like, there is no reason to talk bad, I don't really feel there is any reason for me to talk bad. It's just that this person is just a hater, or is just basically a troll, a person who is a troller. So if he want me, like, if he couldn't accept the fact that like what I say is like there's no way to debunk it, there's no way to disprove it, then I don't think it's like I'm going to talk about it though. But yeah, anyway, back to Ubisoft situation. Am I aware of this? Yes, I'm aware. Which I did cover this incident in my random chat previously, so I kind of like saying, like, thinking more layoff already. I did this random chat on the 5th of December, so I don't think I'm going to cover that situation more. The only thing that I'm actually kind of like hoping to see is that if Assassin's Creed Shadow, if it does, like, if the franchise, if it does sell to Tencent, my only hope is that Tencent do justice to it. Like, my only hope is that. But at the same time, I won't put too much hope on Tencent at the same time, because I say this in the random chat as well, like, it happened to a lot of Western game company already. Like Rockstar, like I talk about this in Rockstar video, the one where DI evolved, where they kind of like Rockstar infected by that. That one I also got quite a few dislikes on as well. Like I saying, like, GTA 6 got DI in it. I seen a lot of video saying, like, will that game sell? I say in my video, only time will tell. As well as that, will it be a bad game? Hard to say, because from how I look at it, there is, like I also mentioned in that video, that there will be a lot of fans out there probably going to buy the game, whether we all like it or not. So Will I buy the game? No, because GTA is never my cup of tea. So I won't buy the game. But that doesn't mean that other people won't buy the game. I say that in the video as well. So I don't know why people get mad over that video as well. So the thing is, right, when probably they just don't want to watch the video. So the thing is, right, it's kind of like weird that why would people never listen to what I say, and at the same time it's like, it's not that I'm trying to like deny their point of view. It was never my intention. It's just that when they are not having a proper conversation, including one person just going around just spamming comment like an idiot for whatsoever reason, I don't think it's right for me to just say that, hey, am I gonna like give him a care or not? Like, if he's not gonna give me a damn care, then I'm not gonna give him a damn care. If he's just trying to like create trouble for me, then why am I gonna care about him? He can live his, like, he want me to live rent free in his head, then by all means go ahead. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna like do my own thing. I'm just going to move on with from my random chat. I'm just going to do I'm just going to talk about other stuff. Like even Ubisoft one was, this is just basically speculation on my book. Like, in the eyes of the Lord, you can't, speculation is never a thing to say. So a lot of time when I seen cases like this, that this is speculation, is it like, or prediction, is it something that can I say that, hey, can I put it in the random chat? No, you guys won't see me talking about it. It's that only like cases like Niji Sanji, where it's really like video by Rima-san showing how shitty Niji Sanji is every single time. It's already like with receipt, with evidence, with people talking about it. Will I do a random chat on it? Yes. But the thing is, right, for forced video, it's a very dedicated line I have to draw, because there's speculation and yet there are receipts. So it's kind of like a very dedicated line that I have to be very, very careful. I haven't even watched his video, but from what I've seen, it's like when they say like Niji Sanji talent talking out against their talents, it's like, wow, Niji Sanji is gonna have a field trip looking into their own talents at this point of time, because they'll be like, who is the talents who is ratting us out? Rima, I don't think she only do VTuber. She used to mainly concentrate on VTuber. I also kind of like used to concentrate on VTubing. But I think Rima's also kind of like, Rima-san actually kind of also noticed that sometimes it's best to talk different topic as well, because it does work. So if I'm not wrong, Rima-san do have a second channel. It's like Rima have a second channel called Rima Everstar Highlight, where she tend to talk about different kind of topic as well. So while there is VTuber topic, she also kind of like talk about allegation or drama and what's not. So I don't think she just covered that. I think it's just basically anything that is related to even like anime. I think she will just cover it though. So yeah, she do talk a lot, this kind of thing. It's just that for me, I don't do random chat and night chat. Like seriously, I don't do that. It's often more than not, I do night chat as a night chat, I do random chat as a random chat. So it's kind of like depend on situation. But the thing is, right, I been getting like earlier, like even like what Pil-san saying, like we are all emotional people. Yes, we are very emotional. If I can cry over a sad movie, obviously I will cry over a sad movie. Okay, if a game have a sad ending, I'm gonna be sad. All right. So thing is, when people post negative thing, am I sad? Yes, but I move on. But at the same time, right, I don't think it's fair for me to just start in the past and then just be mad or just be sad and then not moving on and then let time move on along the line. I been there once, and I thought about this a lot of time in the past, the reason why I couldn't move on back in that I finally have to go to Japan was because I already said it before. I lost my late grandparents within a year. Their death was within a year apart, a year apart away. Not even a year apart away. I said that before, and I say that I lost my late grandma because she unalived herself by jumping off a building. And I lost my grandfather who passed away in front of me due to a heart attack when I couldn't do anything. Even when I tried to CPR on it, it didn't work. So obviously when two things happened to me, obviously it traumatized me, it affected me, it broke me at the time. And I know how well getting like stuck and getting sad over a situation, in this case was basically the loss of my grandparents, my late grandparents. Obviously I was like, yeah, I couldn't move on. I even spent 1 year after their death as a shut-in. Legit 1 year as a shut-in. Because I couldn't move on. And that's the reason why when I tell a lot of people, like, when people are sad, I understand. Just like, I never force people to like, you have to move on. Just move on at your own pace. Just try to move on. I never said like, move on. I say try to move on. So the thing is, it's really kind of like, everyone has always their sad story. And to me, the only way for me to move on was that when I've decided to force myself to go to Japan to study, for further study, that was the reason why I was able to move on. It was just that simple. I moved to Japan, I learned to move on. And when I move on, I gained more experience, I learned Japanese, I became good in Japanese, not saying like perfect in Japanese or fluent in Japanese, but at least able to conversate in Japanese. I learned about the creation of manga, the creation of anime. I understand how the merchandise in Japan for the anime, all these things work. How do anime studio work? I start learning a lot of these things. I even learned the culture of Japan. I even understand how Kyoto people think, how do a lot of Japanese people think, how do they come across. Like, moving on, you get to learn a lot of things that you come across. It's way better than getting shut in for 1 year where I don't even know what I was doing. I did nothing, I learned nothing, I just stuck within being a shut in. So the reason why I always tell people that if you're sad, move on. If you're angry, try to move on. There is so many things out there that we can do that is way better than being a shut in, than being stuck in the past. And that is something that I always say in my video, or sometimes when I talk about it, it's like, move on. Don't think too much. The more you think too much, it's going to affect you. No, I'm not saying like I'm not saying that you are saying like Rima is bad or whatsoever. I'm just saying like I'm just saying like it's just kind of like an old man yapping in a different dimension. So she was don't take it the wrong way. I also have my it's also a bit on my bad in a way. The thing is, right, I'm just kind of replying to Pio-san like we are all emotional people. I'm just replying to the word we are all emotional people, and I agree on that end. It's just that the only thing is that those people I know as well is that when people start posting those random different posts, like start doing this kind of idiotic comment, I know that if I start here, if I get over, like if I get like keep on thinking like I getting mad and mad and mad, I'm not going to move on. I won't be able to watch a lot of video. I can't even talk about games. I can't even talk about like Ubisoft or whatever. Like I won't be able to talk about those. And the reason why I love talking to you guys as well is that sometimes we always share different story and we get to move on and learn new thing as well as we move on. It's just that if I get stuck over one thing every single time, I think you guys will be bored over me talking about the same thing every single time, right? Imagine like, okay, today's stream, I talk about black washing. Tomorrow's stream, black washing. Third day, also black washing. Dude, even I will be bored. Even I will be very, very bored, you know. So I think it's fair that the best way to move on is to move on. It's instead of like saying like, hey, should we be mad or something? I mean, like, look at Tokibird. Like, look at Tokibird. Like, Tokibird, she moved on from Niji Sanji. What happened to her? Huge success. Even the latest one, she got a Nandroid. Like, she announced Nandroid. Like, dude, you don't freaking easily get Nandroid from Good Smile Company over a freak, like, just because you're an indie VTuber, you know. Like, it's because it's like the moment you can announce things like that, what was it again? Like, the moment you can announce by Good Smile Company over a freaking Android as an indie VTuber, this proves how much success she is. Or because she moved on. Yes, she do talk about Niji Sanji once in a while, but the most important thing is that she moved on, she had fun, she do a lot of things, she became happy. It proved a lot of things. Like why I say that it's best to move on. Moving on means that you can get to do and learn new things, then better than just being stuck on one end and not even progressing at all. Okay, don't tell Rima, right, guys? Don't tell Rima that I'm the blue. Some certain blue cat say this to her. Yeah, sometimes Rima-san can be a little bit tossing. You know? Yeah, I do agree with Phil-san. Like, the way she says stuff can, I have to disagree at times. But doesn't mean I'm against her. I respect her as a content creator, so that's that. If not, I won't even do random chat on him, on her. Sorry. Like, if I can do 5 freaking random chat on her, yeah, I don't think that just show how much respect I have for her. Okay, I did 5 freaking random chat on her. Okay, so I don't. Just don't go telling her that. Do I feel like some of the comment is wrong or some of the comment is toxic? Yes, I do think there are times when she do that. But like I mentioned earlier, when I talk about it, it's like I add in information that I think is I think where she say wrong, or where I think there is issue that she might have to learn from it. The Nyala one, okay. The Nyala incident is something that okay, the Nyala incident, in case anyone not aware, is really like it's really kind of like hard to draw the line. Like, even when I was like trying to look into the situation, I can't go at either side. I mean, like, it's hard. Okay, it's the same thing as if I have to keep in the simple term, it's the same thing as the assassination of the CEO of the healthcare insurance. When people hate, like, if people hate Nyala, I can't really stop them from hating her. But I also won't agree with some of the point where you saying like points that is against her. Like, if there is no proof, don't spread misinformation. When she did something wrong, call her out. Says that she should have not say that, or she should not have been too straightforward. At least that should be the way to go. So the issue with Nyala incident is kind of like Nyala have to hold responsible for what she say. If people is going to support her either way, by all means go ahead. I'm not stopping anyone. If people don't want to support Never, then don't support. It's just that the incident with Never is really kind of like can draw either way, and it's something that you don't like. The situation was kind of like a bit sensitive in a way that wrong information can go wrong, like a whole new. It can backfire on you. Like wrong information can backfire on you. Like even like earlier, initially I was going to talk about the healthcare, I think it was the healthcare CEO shot. I was going to cover about it, and I know very well that in the Discord I mentioned that I will not cover it. Yes, I will stand by my word that I will try not to cover it unless there is things that I feel like that is right. Now, the murder of the CEO, the question will be like, is it justifiable? Killing a person, no matter what the law say, it is never a good thing. Like, I'm not saying like, am I gonna understand one thing? We have to say the bad news first. Killing a person just because you hate him, is it justifiable? Because if we go around and saying that, hey, we can just go around killing people because we don't like them, then that's a problem. But now, why do people think that his death is justifiable? Why the shot was considered justifiable? The thing is, right, when you are a CEO of a company and you are not helping out the people when they are in need of money, and you are trying to like make profit out of insurance when it's supposed to help the people of America, when it's supposed to help the poor, and they are paying like a lot of money. And the thing is, right, like I mentioned earlier, economy is not going well, even due to and we are still suffering from the downside of the COVID. The economy is still bad, it's still failing. It's the same thing I say in the random chat when I talk about the world problem. Like United Nations care about eliminate more than actual people, and in that video I say that instead of addressing the world economy that is failing over the world, they are addressing eliminate more. It's the same thing. Fueling economy also mean that people are poor. The rich may be rich, but the thing is, right, middle class family to lower class family, they are getting more and more poorer. They don't have money to put food on their table, and if they can't put money on their table, obviously it's the same thing that if they get sick and they go to the hospital for surgery or for any medical care, they won't have the money to pay for it. So the only way to do so is again by insurance. But when the insurance are going to make sure that either they're going to raise the price of the insurance or they're going to reduce the beneficial of the insurance, obviously it's going to be bad, because a lot of people is already having issue with paying with the insurance and for their healthcare, and healthcare in America is not cheap, it's expensive, and obviously the only way to help them was insurance. So when you try to reduce, like if you try to remove the beneficial of that, obviously it's going to snap. People are going to be mad. And someone is going to be crazy enough to start going around killing people. So does that mean that is the murder justifiable? It depends on how you look at it. If the people think that he is a greedy person who is trying to take advantage of the poor, then I can understand that they are trying to bring out self-justice, which is also against the law, that you do not do self-justice. Self-justice is just trying to satisfy your own selfishness, and in a way it's not good. But again, like I mentioned, it was also the same murder, the very same murder that prevent the situation from escalating, and they never increase the price of the insurance or reduce the beneficial of the insurance. So in a way, it became good. So yeah, go and have fun with the puppy, but take your time, don't worry. So the thing is, right, is it justifiable? It depends on how you look at it. It's just, again, at the end of the day, most of the people don't want to die, so they prevent it from happening. So in a way, while I don't like shooting, the word shooting itself, I don't like I mean, like, imagine like if people just go around murdering people just to solve issue, then it became an issue, because anyone can just go around shooting just because they don't like other people. So it is a problem. It is definitely a problem. But then again, it's really this kind of solution that help to bring eyes to the problem, to the incident, to the situation, that I think that at least in a way that is the silver lining, that good side. If the murder never happened, people wouldn't even bat an eye. So in a way, is it a good thing? It depends on how you look at it. It's just that, imagine that you are the one being sued because people don't like you. But then again, on the other hand, like I mentioned, the economy again is not good. Economy is bad all over the world. So obviously, people are going to be mad when they're going to like not have the money. So when I was like doing this topic, when I was like looking through a lot of research, I realized that the main reason was because of economy. It's because of money. And is it because of greed? Hard to say. It's very, very hard for me to say that are they greedy. Like Niji Sanji situation, it's already so obvious they are greedy. But for me as an outsider, is healthcare situation in America considered like, are those people at the higher up, are they greedy or not? I can't just say that, oh, I think they are greedy, they just want to make more money off poor people. There is no indication of that. If that there is, like, in the eyes of the law, you need to have proof for it. That must be receipt, that must be evident. If there is no evidence, you can't say it. It just became speculation. It became just you say, he say, whatever one say. So again, like, yes, we won't know for sure. So the only thing that when I put out my take, I have to be very careful with all the thing I say. Like, if I think that is it due to economy, I think economy may play a huge part, because a lot of people is already having like suffering from minimum wages or lower salary. Even like there's like news of layoff. Like, look at Ubisoft situation. Like earlier when I showcased the situation, Ubisoft layoff, like if they say that studio in San Francisco is going to lay off, right? You have to imagine that, let's say for example there is 100 people working there. That means that those 100 people is not going to have money to put on their table. They don't have money to put food on their table. So in a way, imagine that if one of them have to go for medical checkup, they have to go whatever. If they got no money, what did they do? They use insurance. But then out of nowhere, the insurance say that, oh, we can't pay for you. Then what happened? Aren't they going to be snapped? So the thing is, right, it's really kind of like bad in many ways about the healthcare in America is. And even for me, right, comparing Japan and Singapore, like even in Japan itself, a lot of people need to understand that there is something called insurance that you have to pay no matter what. There is something called health insurance system in Japan that anyone who stay in Japan for more than 3 months or more, they must apply for it. 3 months or more. Those who live, who is a Japanese, they also have to pay for it. And the price is always range from 100 to 400 depending on your pay, depending on the tax you pay as well. So the thing is, right, the insurance at least cover, like it covers between 70 to 90% of the appointment and procedure that deal with injury, all these things. That's the reason why when I go to Japan, when I go to hospital for either checkup, for either appointment or report sick, I wasn't worried at all because I know that I'm covered by the insurance. I know that I don't need to pay a lot because you have to imagine 70 to 90%. That's a lot. In Singapore, there is something called there is something called Singapore Medical Subsidy, or the scheme and subsidy in a way. They also coverage around the same style. So in a way, it can substitute, like it can make it more affordable. Make like anyone who visit public hospital. Again, this one has to be highlighted. It's unless people who visit private hospital, that's a different story. But if anyone who visit public hospital, they don't need to pay a lot. Like even my dad, when he do his knee replacement surgery, he doesn't need to pay a lot. Like it was supposed to be like the overall price, it can reach to a few $10,000. The only thing is that because of the insurance, my dad pays $0 because he got subsidy from the government and the coverage of the insurance. So my dad paid basically $0. And the best thing of all, he got coverage by his company. So basically, my dad was able to have some sort of pay while he's recovering from his surgery. So he got pay and he was able to recover. That he was able to recover and walk normally now. So the thing is, right, America do not have this. America do not have this kind of they don't have this kind of benefit. That's why this sort of thing happened. Why the shooting happened? Because America government, the America higher up, they are not helping the people. Is it due to money issue? Is it due to inability? Is it due to whatever reason? We do not know. It can be a factor of everything. It can also be a factor of just nothing but greed. So that's the reason why I say it's a very dedicated topic to talk about. And while I say that, is the death justifiable? It depends on how you look at the result. The end result, to some people, they will say it's a justifiable case. But again, like I mentioned, at the end of the day, murder is still murder. It is still a crime. In the eyes of the law, a life is lost. It is chargeable crime. So it's really kind of like depending on how you look at public law or are you looking at self-justice. It's really hard to know. Which is the reason why the justice, right? The lady who who's always on to skill. Why is she always wearing like she always cover her eyes? You can't really give both sides of, like you can't go both sides and say that the murder is justifiable. Sometimes even you have to charge that a murder is still a murder. Even if the murder is justifiable in terms of the public interest. So again, why earlier I say that a murder is still a murder, but is the crime considered a justifiable case? To many people who hate the CEO, maybe it is in their eyes a good thing. But in the eyes of the law, a murder is still a murder. That's the thing. So that's the reason why, like, a lot of topic I always tend to like throw one side and not even talk about it. Is that there is that one fine line even like the bread washing test situation, that one was also one fine line. It was just one fine line away that I know that if I say it out, will I receive repercussion or backlash or people attacking me? Yes, because I always believe in one word. Whoever give out a take or opinion and leave it in the internet, they are suggested to criticism, regardless of the intention. So to me, when I was looking through this news, I was reading and understanding, and the Discord, anyone who seen my Discord will definitely know that I'm also kind of like being careful on this case. Am I going to say that is the murder justifiable? To me, I will just say one thing: it's complicated. Murder is still murder in the eyes of the law, but yet the murder was able to help many people. So it's really hard to say, is the murder justifiable? It's really hard to say. So if people ask me, like, in my point of view, if I'm not going to attack it, if I'm not going to attack the CEO, no, I think that's what the CEO, if they are not helping the people of America, then I think they should really address it. But if a murder is all it takes to make them address it, even I can't deny the end result. Because the end result is what lead to what everything want, what everyone want, what everything should be the case. So it's really a fine line of, do I stand by it? To me, I won't take a side. I will only say this excuse: I'm not America, I am not in America, I can't give any more take other than saying that a murder is still a murder, but we can't deny the fact that that murder had helped many people. That was the only thing I can give. So the thing is, it's really hard to go around and say that, oh, it's good or bad. It's always like, not every situation, not every case is always about right or wrong. It's not about left or right. It's not about head or tail. Even sometimes that middle part is actually the right answer. And the only issue is, will all of us agree to that? Because it's really hard to, even for me, like I've been handling a lot of cases myself back in my military life. Like, I've seen a lot of cases, a lot of report, a lot of injury report, and a lot of different story. The one thing I always find it hard is always like, is like, do I want to like agree with, like you mentioned, is it like, do I agree with the murder, or do I agree with a needed sacrifice? It's hard to say. Like, if the rules say a murder is a murder, then a murder is a murder. But on the other hand, on personal view, a needed sacrifice is what it makes to let the people of America have a better life. It's the same thing as earlier. I'm pretty sure I said this in yesterday's stream. Will I sacrifice one person to save many, or will I sacrifice many to save one? That's the problem. It depends. And in this case, this person decided to sacrifice one person's life and his own life to give many people a better life. When in the first place, in my view, it should not even happen. The government should have stepped in and prevent it from happening. It should be where they should be caring for the life of American people, and yet I don't see it. Because the healthcare has always been an issue. In Japan, they got insurance that there is a public insurance that is covered up to 70 to 80%, 8 to 90%. In Singapore, they have subsidy, and you can use your own private insurance to cover it. In the end, it became that you pay $0 for for a surgery in Singapore. So the thing is, right, this just shows how much different of insurance being set by the government in Japan and Singapore versus insurance care that is being set in America. Is world apart. Despite America being the world's biggest country as they claim. So even like there is like three, like even if we say all the big country like India, China, Russia, or Singapore, or even US, when the American people are suffering, how can we be so sure that they are living the life? From how I look at it, it seems that they are suffering for life. So it's really kind of like the problem, like, do I agree with the murder? To me, I can't agree with the murder, but I also can't agree with the like I can't unsee and or deny the fact that the murder had helped many people. So it's really hard. It's a very it's like, to me it's a very delicate thing, because if I say I agree, let's say for example if I agree, if I agree with the, let's say if I agree with the murder, does that make me a psychopath who think that everyone should die because they disagree with me? It's really hard to say, because again, when I saw this news, when I saw the BBC, whether we all like it or not, like BBC or not, it exposed the similar angle, and I know that this just show how this news was able to tell me that it just show how bad the health insurance in America, in US, it is very, very bad. And that's all I can say. And don't need to worry, Zero-san. Take care of your stuff first. I always say about this all the time. Your life, prioritize your life. That's all I can say. You can just be understanding. Yeah, it's just that understanding one thing, right, doesn't mean that I have to take a side. It's really one of the moments where even I myself can't say that. So I take a side. It's like there's no side for me to take. Because the number of people support it is quite a lot. It's not just some root for, okay. There is a lot of people happy about it. So it's really one of the moments that when I see the Discord, when I saw the Discord with in a way, if people say that if he was able to comment on this thing that what was the one that I saw here? Coincident, they won't consider cutting payment to anesthesia if a surgery ran over estimate time after that murder. Then again, like I mentioned, there's like basically no, that I can't deny that it happened. You have no reason to take a side though, it just happened. Yeah. The only issue is, right, in this in this era and in this world at the moment, they always want us to take a side. The internet, the people, they always want us to take a side. Even if I don't agree with both sides. I'm not agreeing, nor am I disagreeing. It's just that, do I think a murder is a murder versus a needed sacrifice? Which one do I agree on? it's hard to it's hard to like it's not just one thin it's just one thin line where you can go either way, and it can paint what kind of person you are or what kind of person I am. Socially, even if people ask me in real life, right, I would just say that it depends on whether you agree on the part of needed sacrifice, or do you think a murder is still a murder. A lot of I can feel like in real life, people will agree with both of the thing I say. There is something what people agree on is called a needed sacrifice, but yet a lot of people will also agree on this word. A murder is still a murder. It's just that how do you scale when you put the scale out there? When you put the scale and you weigh the needed sacrifice versus a murder is still a murder, would the scale tilt towards a murder is still a murder, or will it tilt towards a needed sacrifice? To me, I will always stand in the middle. I will be that scale. It's only depending on how people look at it, not me. I should not be the one to do it. So at the end of the day, will I do a random check about it? Part of me will probably highlight it as a economic failure, because in a way, why if they are making money, right? If they have the money, they won't think about trying to cut costs. But because they are thinking of trying to cut costs, either in some people mind, in some people point of view is that maybe they are greedy. But what if it was in the case that it was just that they don't have the resource to fund that kind of luxury for all the people? Because if you have to understand, America is quite big in a way. That is not just, it's not like they are going to care for one person or two person. It's millions of people out there. So when you have like millions of people with all of them, like let's say 100 or 1,000 of for a bill, or even like tens or 100 or 1,000 of for a medical bill, and you add, and then you type 1 million or 2 million to that, that number is going to reach billion, alright? So it's really, really hard. There is always two sides of the story. There is always two sides of the coin. Yet we can't deny both sides at all. It's really too hard. That's why I was like, you can give empathy and compassion, but you don't have empathy yourself. I think I will agree on that a lot, to the point that even I will have the same thing. Like the thing is, right, the only thing I can only hope for, like personally I can only hope for, is that the government of United States step in to help address this healthcare issue, so that the people of America will not have to worry about healthcare from then on. It's precisely that there is no one helping them, unlike in Singapore, unlike in Japan. That's why I think it's best that this would be handled by the government, and to help prevent this sort of thing from happening, from a second murder, just to showcase or like, I don't agree on sacrifice. Like personally, I don't agree on taking a life just to prove a point, because if all it take, then I guess it's really America's solution with us. America's solution. I mean, like America's situation solved by using an America solution. Yes, that's the way. So it's really kind of like hard to draw the line. Like I did consider doing the random check for this. Like part of me did consider, but again, like I mentioned, I have to be very impartial when doing this specific topic. I have to be. I can't draw two sides. I can't just say that either side is right or either side is wrong. We can't deny one side, but we also can't deny the other side. At least that's how I view. So when I was like looking through this case as I was reading through a law article, it just came to my mind, and I understand that it's something that is blown. It's like, how do I say it? It's just the angle. Everyone just keep it to themselves over the years, over a long period of time, and all it take was just basically one incident to happen, and then just cause one person to lose his mind or some or whatsoever though. It might be because you invest in story emotionally, and because you understand more from those story. Partially this desensitized but more understanding. I think it's actually a good thing though, Pilson. I think that's a good point for yourself. That's a good thing to have. Not a lot of people have that kind of understanding. I think it's like when people always go with the idea saying like, hey, it should be this or it should be that. Like when people don't have an understanding, right, it's always tend to cause a lot of problem. It's the same thing like sometimes when I see like when I go to my like when I go to see the number of dislike on my videos, and I see the number of like comment on my videos, it's like it's always give me like when if I seen like some comment, it's always kind of like people just trying to cause problem, trying to cause issue, or even like people giving like different point of view. Like to some, it's like you can't deny the other side. You can't deny both sorts of story. And to me, it's like I can see both sides. I can understand like some people always go with this idea, but when you showcase it and you show the hypocrite in other people's point of view, that is when people just lose their mind. And that's really one of the moments where they always say that you must take a side, even you like it or not. Even if I say that whitewashing it should not be a thing, but somehow people just say that whitewashing is a thing. Or maybe like let's say for example DEI. Do I still think that DEI is something I will agree on? Yes, I think these DEI, the original meaning of DEI is a good thing, but people misuse it, abuse it, and make it to benefit themselves. That is when things went south. That is when things went south, that it became a problem, that even I myself feel like even as I don't want this to be an issue that everyone should be like going around addressing it or not, because it's really kind of like a problem that even I myself trying to avoid though at the end of the day. But yet avoiding it doesn't solve anything. So often more than not, it's best to like even like right now, right? I think it's fair to at least like address it, talk about it. But at the end of the day, it's best not to overthink it. Best not to let it affect you, not to tie you down, and move on with life. Do other stuff, check out other topic, because like to me there's a lot of mangas to read, there's a lot of anime to watch, there's a lot of topic to research on, and that's the reason why I love doing random chat. I talk about one, I move on, talk another one. You guys hardly like there are times definitely when I talk about the same topic like 2-3 times per episode, like a few random chat like in successful way, but often more than not I will try to avoid that. It's the reason why a lot of my random chat never have the same trend. One of the things I used to say in the past was sometimes some of the things I make, whether it makes sense or doesn't make sense, or even it just was at time never even follow a single trend. It's just that at the end of the day, it's best not to like address or overthink things a lot though. It's the same thing for me for when I talk about Niji Sanji. Do I hate Niji Sanji? Yes. Will I attack Niji Sanji? No. Why would I want to do stupid thing? And will I still be vocal about Niji Sanji? Yes, I will still I will still talk about that situation. I will still address that situation. But it's not fair to like deny like the good thing or the bad thing within Niji Sanji. It's just that it always have a lot of side. But yeah, enough yapping though. Let's try to watch finish. Like I feel like this random chat is just me somehow not able to watch finish this video will be a very weird trend. So let me watch finish this. Maybe address some of the thing in between that maybe because sometimes Rima-san may have I won't agree with fully Rima-san situation, but I will try to watch finish this, and quite a few things I will agree on. But I think Pearson, you already saw it right earlier. I disagree with some of the things. Just only one or two things, but I would at least try to see.
And I was never told that. They just did it. We were told to quit our jobs for this. You can't stream elsewhere. I had to delete all my old.
Yeah, you can't stream elsewhere. Yeah, I kind of like mentioned this before. Like, Nishi Sanji just don't want them to earn money on the side, as well as that you should work full time at Nishi Sanji. Is basically you should work for Nishi Sanji. But the funny thing is, right, some of the Hololive members had actually streamed in their own account. Kirara, who is known as Ki Ime, she freaking streamed on her account. Matsuri herself also streamed on the real life account. Like Matsuri, VTuber is Matsuri, but when she live streams, she actually used her real life face. So it's kind of like funny, like why is it that one company can do it but the other company can't do it though?
Accounts, delete my Discord server, etc. So I have nothing. All my old fans are gone. And this brings me to my next point, the uneven restrictions when it comes to letting livers speak out on certain topics. The Niji Sanji fanbase stretches far and wide, and groups of people from all kind of culture come together for their love of VTubers. And while that is beautiful in one way, the pitfall of this is that there is bound to be cultural clashes. We've already witnessed a few instances of this. Vox Yo Mama joke was met with backlash and even people asking him to graduate.
And because people have brought it up, I'm just going to clarify something. I did have a talk with Sonny and he wasn't offended by my fucking joke at all. Because in our culture, it's not something offensive to say. It's just a silly little piece of mindless banter that a lot of people from both the UK, Australia, and just general Western countries don't really think twice about.
Kyo's Korean plastic surgery joke as well, and let's not forget the laundry list Rapid fans drafted against the Nakozaka's perceived harmful quote-unquote actions. They were all nothing burgers, and they would have stayed nothing burgers if the livers were at the very least allowed to squash dissents and nip rumors in the bud. But instead, they are forced to remain silent time and time again on issues where they should have been allowed to speak up, or worse even, to apologize for things they should have never had to apologize for. After Kyo received backlash for his plastic surgery joke, he proclaimed he wouldn't apologize for it as he had done nothing wrong. However, mysteriously a few days later, he posted an apology on Twitter, which raised a few eyebrows. Kuro and Matara also echoed a similar feeling when it came to their own issues.
I wish I would have been allowed to address, because I wish I would have been allowed to address things.
But on the other hand, Niji Sanji isn't heavy-handed enough when it comes to their livers speaking out of terms, such as when Uki Violeta made jokes about white people.
It's can't make joke about stuff. Can't stand by your logic. But if you are racist, oh, okay. Yeah, it's really one of the moment where you have to wonder, like, do Niji Sanji like having racists in their own talents group or not? Though? Like the mean about Yuki-san on the number of things that he hate about white people, like, dude, his character is literally white though. He's literally a white character, and he's saying he's hating on white people. It's like, I don't understand his logic anymore.
It really feels like the priorities aren't where they should be. Another issue that has arisen is that dissent doesn't just come from part of their fan base. I don't want to generalize the entire fan base. I'd say it's usually a loud minority that causes the most issues, but it also now comes from outside the fan base. As you guys may know, the reputation of the company was already going downhill before the unfortunate events of the Selling Gate, but it practically nosedived after it. And then there are strings of instances where Niji failed to meet fans' bottom line expectation that were so very dependent on them keeping the trust in the company they supported, such as the cancellation of the LA concert so very close to the expo date, and the Yab Studio situation, which happened a few months ago, where allegations surfaced that an employee of Yab had drugged their talents, secretly took pictures and videos of them without consent and leaked them to.
The Yep incident is really one of the worst incident ever to happen to Niji Sanji in a way, considering that it is actually revealed by Kore Kore, the Kinstar of Japan. Like, if people love Kimstar or hate Kimstar, yeah, Kore Kore is basically the same person. It's just that he's Kimstar of Japan, and I don't really like him. But it's really this kind of like review by him that really kind of like make you question, like, what the hell is he was able to reveal this kind of story. Now, well, it's not entirely just Niji Sanji being affected. There's like a lot of like agency other than Niji Sanji being affected as well. The issue with this is that there is speculation indicating that Niji Sanji was aware of this kind of thing, but instead of addressing it, they keep quiet on it, and that they only act on it after the release of the incident, which is the reason why a lot of people say it's a win. But on the other hand, it's like, why is it that this kind of incident that was already like some of the live already highlight it in the past, they kind of like hint at it in the past, yet the management of Niji Sanji failed to address it. And when I kind of like call that out, like, it's not the first time that Niji Sanji failed to address a thing. Force video highlight that. I believe that a lot of people was talking about his incident where it involved Esther. In case anyone want to know, I believe that I'm not sure whether he addressed, is it Esther? Let's see. Oh yeah, he did address is Esther. So basically, the allegation against Esther is that he sexual harass, like, not really like touch people, but it's like some sort of like mentally harass some of the female talents. And in a way, instead of like addressing this kind of issue, Niji Sanji the management just say, it's fine, don't make a big molehill of what whatsoever along the line. Like, dude, if they have this kind of like, if they don't like kick him out or at least address is the allegation true or not, then previously the Yep incident will come back and haunt Sanji, because they ignore on this once, and now they're gonna ignore it twice. It's gonna come back and bite them. It's really one of the moments where sometimes I always say that Niji Sanji should really handle it carefully, and they never seems to hire the right PR.
Third party.
Like seriously, Niji Sanji, if you're listening, even by stalking my channel, dude, if you guys know, just freaking handle it carefully. Don't just keep quiet over it, because if it became a hit and then you start acting on it, that people are gonna come back to some of the old case and say that, hey, why is this something similar, huh?
But Niji Sanji has not done anything yet to salvage any music video affected by the situation.
Exactly.
And this has made it particularly difficult for new VTubers to thrive within the company. Most people may enjoy their content, but simultaneously want to boycott the company and apply pressure to push for better work environment and advantages for the talents. The company has lost trust of the EN VTuber fanbase. So we are at an impasse. How do we support the talents without supporting the company, knowing the company takes a revenue over everything they do? On one hand, I completely understand audiences wanting to vote with their wallet or their time if they're deciding to watch a live stream. But on the other hand, I also sympathize with this Niji Sanji liver, for example, who's now having financial difficulties because they debuted, they're in debt, and believes that things won't get better because, quote, people won't support the company no matter what because a lot of fans who would be interested in my content are not willing to watch the company. My audience is mainly constituted of antis and the company won't do anything to support us. And again, the lack of support by itself isn't the worst case scenario, but it's a lack of support compounded with them taking a sizable cut of your profit.
Yeah, this one I kind of like said it a lot of time. Niji Sanji is just basically treat their talents as employee. And yet the money the talent earn is not even giving it to the talents though. It's so damn obvious at this point of time. It's just that it's precisely because people so-called, like what Rima-san say, people vote with their wallet. Whether we all agree or not, like voting with wallet or reducing watch time, is it a good thing? If it's hurt the talent and the talent decide to just say that, hey, you know what, let's just start out on Niji Sanji, then I think that's basically solved the problem. Like that's actually basically from what I would say. I would definitely say like I wouldn't really like saying like I wouldn't agree with Rima-san on one point is that is it to see the talent suffering? I can see a point. Like on one hand, the talent suffering is like some of the talent she also forgot to say some of the talent are actually being judged by the fan base or by the community for what they did to Tokibird or maybe to some of the other talents, and that's the reason why they either get less view, like Vote Akuma situation, because of his distasteful Japanese, the Pharaoh Japanese costume, as well as the infamous 15 minutes video with Erira and Ike. Like that, like all those small little incident add up into one that actually kind of like lead to his view count being dropped a lot, his revenue dropped a lot, and in a way you can't really like saying like, hey, should we vote with the wallet? It's precisely that what he did that why a lot of people say he deserved the downfall. That's why like Rima saying like if Rima-san says some of the talents, if you're saying to some of the talents, I can understand that. But if you're saying all the talents, that's kind of like a little bit wrong, because a lot of people are not really against some of the talent, because some of the talent they will still go and watch it either somehow, some way, someone. But at the same time, they also want them out so that when they get out, they can support them as an indie. But if not, some of the talents, why some people don't even want to watch them, and even if they go indie, just look at some of the people happen, like Q Bennett, who is Kyo Kaneko previously. Why is he not growing despite the help from many? Because people know what he did. He was one of the people who asked his friend to do a smear campaign against Tokibird. And because of what he did to Tokibird, people is going to remember. Unless he came out and apologized for it, unless he apologized and said that, and instead of apologize, he said that, oh, he didn't do it. Then it's just basically that he's throwing his friend into under the bus. So will he break the friendship just to save himself, or will he come out and apologize for it? Because either somehow, some people is going to know that he's just going to be a whiner. He's just going to be just crying over it. And his incident with Sayu doesn't even help at all. So, Kyo Kaneko or Kyo Kyun Bennett is that people remember what he did. People are mad at him. And that even when he came out, why he's not seeing success, dude, at least he's successful as a mid VTuber. That's good enough. I'm not even getting a fraction of his view, and yet he's saying that, oh, I'm not successful as the other, dude. I say this, like, he shouldn't talk about it. And the funny thing that I was laughing because I remember when there was someone telling me that Kyo Kaneko exposed Niji Sanji. Like Kyo Bennett, I actually said this in my random chat before. Like, if Kyo want to survive longer, he best not to talk about. He don't do expose himself or expose Niji Sanji bad side. He did it. Like recently, he did it. He said something bad about Niji Sanji, and I was told that the comment section have a lot of Niji's sister, quote unquote sister. I'm not sure is it true or not. This is just a hearsay. I was like told that a lot of people telling Q to shut up or don't say it, and I was like, dude, whatever stay in the internet, stay in the internet. People are gonna creep there and spread it, and obviously big fan of Niji Sanji is not going to be happy because they just going to be mad. But again, like I mentioned, the reason why I actually mentioned in my long video last time, like who know how long when ago, I said that it's best for him not to say it because those who support him is actually also supporter of Niji Sanji. It's not actual people who is supporting them for what they are. It's basically still got some people who is supporting of Niji Sanji. It's kind of like just show how bad the incident is.
Compounded with the overbearing restrictions that make it so many are thinking, well, at this rate, I might as well try this on my own and see what happens. Which is more or less what happened when Niji Sanji ex-talent Hex Haywire decided to graduate from the company on August 23rd.
But when it comes to content, they're pretty hands-off. They'll tell you when you're not supposed to do something, and they'll
Okay, Haywire also kind of say the same advice to him that I said that it's best for him not to say it. But I did also say that if he want to like vest it out and highlight, best not to like say too generalized. Like a lot of time, if you guys notice the way I say things, sometimes I have to go in a roundabout way. Not that I like doing it, so alright. Sometimes going things in a roundabout way is really kind of like to prevent yourself to being attacked. But if I'm being like stand on one side, obviously it'll be same thing as what that happened to my random chat. People just think that I'm just going to get just going to talk about them, and then they start attacking me, and it's like, dude, a non-answer. So I like for Hezwire, it's kind of like funny that he actually became better. Not in better creating content, but he's actually, at least he understands what he did wrong and he became as a better person. And I hope he can improve on that. Like, I would call that he's maturing. But on the other hand, for his incident, how he feel about Nishi Sanji, about how he is that bad thing about Nishi Sanji. I think it's like it's better for him to say in a like not too obvious way, because technically, like what happened to Kill Bennett is that they are graduate. They are not like terminated or just one out and then don't care about it. It may not look good for them, especially if they are not under a VTuber agency. They are just indie. They may end up being like supported by the Nichi sister or the Nichi Sanji fan base, and it may even they may end up just attacking them for the sake of it though.
Give you a list of, you know, things you cannot do, but they're pretty hands-off. Yeah, it's a little bit more work, so I'm working right now more than I ever have been in Wendy's, but it's also more fulfilling to be able to make the content that I want, but also make the content that I feel that you guys would like too.
And you know, perhaps...
Dude, why is there so many apps though?
This is symptomatic of a wider societal change that we're seeing post-COVID, where people, and young people especially, don't necessarily want to work jobs that aren't fulfilling anymore. After all, even with a 50% on revenue share, Hex was pretty successful. He amassed over 300,000 subscribers and earned
Yeah, the funny thing is, right, if Has for Haywire received like from Super Chat $439,082, 30% go to YouTube. The question is, how many percent is going to the liver and how many of it is going to the company? So imagine like if Has is not receiving a lot of it, if he's not gaining from it, then it's gonna be a problem, because we will now know that a lot of the money just go to the company, and the money doesn't lie. That this is just only the super chat. There is also the merch sales. There is also the concert. There is also like the ASMR or the voice line sales. So it is going. People are going to add those up, and if those money is not majority going to the livers or the talents, then it is going to just showcase that the company of Niji Sanji itself is just being a greedy company. But again, we do not know how much is being given to the talents, and all I can say is that it is not a lot. Considering Niji Sanji always tend to take money, is it that someone within the Niji Sanji company doing embezzlement? Who know? Maybe in future then we will know. But right now, the only question that I can ask: where's the money?
Earned over $439,000 in super chats alone on his channel in the span of 2 years. That's approximately $76,000 per year after the YouTube and agency fee. If we assume there is a 50% revenue cut on super chats based on the alleged leaks we got in the past. Considering the average American income is around $37,000, I'd say that's pretty good for being a streamer. And that's without adding merch revenue, membership revenue, and AdSense. That's just super chats. So financial incentives are only one piece of the puzzle when it comes to retaining talent. Security and fulfillment are equally important, and these needs manifest in many different ways. But in the case of Niji Sanji, the financial practices seem unfortunately intertwined with a workplace environment that discouraged open communication and fostered significant anxiety among its talents. Michi's Mochibi's candid admission that she worked out of fear and was seeking approval from the higher-ups highlights the pressure some livers faced.
But most of the time, I worked because I was really scared.
Okay, this is one of the things that I'm most kind of like being highlighted as one of the trend in Black Company, is that if you cause like fear within your talents or within your employees, as well as that there is some sort of brainwashing where they say that, hey, you're working for the company, if you get out, you are nothing, or even with the idea saying like, you're working for the company, everything you do is for the company, everything is for the company. Yeah, it's kind of like just showcase that they only, like you have to do this kind of role just to prove that you want them to be part of a company. It's kind of like very bad. It's kind of like, I would say it's a bad move, but on the other hand, it's also kind of like prove how bad the company can be, and with even like more and more people talking about it and addressing it, highlighting that it's a possibility of it happening, or it happened already, then it just kind of like just showcase that all the things that a lot of things that was so called speculation, it became a fact, and then when it became a fact, a lot of people just talking about it, and it just showcased how bad the company is. It's really kind of like not looking good at this point of time. But again, like I mentioned, I feel like this video, right, there is quite a few new information, definitely good, but it's just kind of like re-emphasizing a lot of my past random chat where I highlight a lot of situation, and I say the same thing again and again, like in between kind of like video in and there, and it's really kind of like the moment where I really wonder, like, is it really like, is there even a need for me to talk about it? But I will have to think carefully on this one. Probably this one might have to talk about, maybe, I'm not sure, I haven't watched that yet. But Rima one got quite a few things I wouldn't have to agree on. I think I really kind of like highlight that, like, she did generalize some of the thing, which is I have to disagree on. Like, if there is like a few things that there is like a few factor of it, and you just generalize everything, it's like, oh, are you trying to paint all of them the same light, or are you trying to say it's the same thing? It's like, when there's like reason other than that for why people hate, like cause like lead to lower view count or lead to less super chat, yeah, there is always reason. You can't just go and say like, oh, it's just because of like people don't like Niji Sanji. Dude, it's, if you're saying like Niji Sanji did something like that, and like the infamous video, the behavior, all these things, then obviously people in generalized form, in summarized form, whichever you want to say it, yeah, I can see her point. But it's also kind of like denying the fact that what some of the talent did wrong. At least that's how I feel.
Like, no, I worked out of fear. You know what I mean?
This wasn't simply a matter of individual discomfort. The graduation queue ended up being more or less confirmed by Michi in a subsequent stream.
Things are happening and we don't want to bother it, if that makes sense. Like, are you really gonna leave if someone's gonna celebrate something, or if, you know, we're planning on this big thing, if you left at that time, it might like ruin it. So I was trying to be considerate, I'm gonna be real with you.
Made it challenging for livers to depart even when they desired to do so, particularly during company events. This, coupled with instances where management became unresponsive.
Yeah, okay. She talked about it. She was getting ghosted a little bit by management. And I was like, call them up. I was like, call them, tell them. I'm like, they're trying to delay it. They're trying to like make you miss, like, I was like, no, call them. No, you want to leave. Let them know, like, go to a lawyer.
Created a climate of uncertainty and anxiety, and the significant shift in management style referred to by Michi as when the Fire Nation attacked is believed by netizens to be coinciding with the merger of Niji Sanji ID, Korea, and Japan, and appears to have contributed to a less supportive environment that she was used to.
What?
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, like, just like how Hololive used to have a Chinese branch, the CN branch. Niji Sanji wanted to expand way more faster than Hololive because they don't want to lose. So they have Korean branch, they have the CN branch, they have the Indian branch itself, as well as ID, the Indonesia branch. So they got so many different branch. The only issue is that because they got so many branch, you got so many, like, it's basically the most simple thing. You don't have a big head, you don't wear a big hat. And Niji Sanji just trying to fit in a big shoes without realizing they don't have the fit for it, and they just want to go with it thinking that it's fine, without even doing proper marketing on their country. Like, is as well as that they don't have investment in the management to help out within the tenants. So often more than not, when you kind of like spread everything too thin, it is gonna break. It is gonna cause problem. It is gonna cause people to question like, do you still want to stay within the company now?
Once upon a time, the world lived in harmony. The managers were very nice. And then, the Fire Nation attacked.
Consequently, the combination of financial instability, limited creative freedom, and an atmosphere of apprehension is creating a stressful and damaging environment for these performers. Even Matara's mother was relieved when she left the company because she said she looked less beautiful while working there, like her energy and beauty were being sapped. Meanwhile, since she's joined Vishojo, she's had nothing but praise for her new management and surprise at how supportive they were.
You know, my manager's like, how can I help? You need me to hire somebody, you artist, you need a background person, like, what do you need? And I told her I'm not.
I hate cockroach. They brought a few times, 12 talent less. Actually more like Niji-sanji still have how many more talents though? Is there a list for it? They didn't change or recall. Yeah, that is true. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. They got 31 EN. But how many are active though? the only question is, out of 31 EN, how many are still active? I seen like a lot of them, like either like some went hiding, some still kind of like waiting for graduation, some even like don't know what happened. Like this one, I don't even know like where the hell are they nowadays. Like out of this group, out of the Gnostics group, the only 2% I know is just basically Yugo and Yuki. Yuki because it's because of his hatred for white people. Yugo was because of her situation. I feel like a lot of that kind of like you don't see them live stream like you don't hear them anymore. I think the one that broke the most was basically Selen Tatsuki situation or Tokibird. That I think Tokibird situation really was the final breaking point that led to many downfall. But when more and more of the former talent who graduate and start talking bad about the company, yeah, definitely not looking good, right? They are still active. Wonder if there is. Let me see. Is there any? Niji Sanji EN. Talent view count. Did someone did a list for that 7 months ago? I would love to see a latest update, but data about the number of stream and viewers seem controversy. Stream by group. This one is only out to April. Not a lot though. Like most of them just went quiet though. Maybe overall this stream maybe is considered good, but if majority of them are staying quiet, it is not looking good though. Let's look at some of the talents. Let's say Uki Felita live stream. Okay, this one he did live stream every single day. I would say double digit K is still considered not bad. 10 to 20K is still considered not bad, but there are times when he's not even having a lot, so yeah, I think I can understand on that end. But the earning is only time will tell though. Let's see. Like even Victoria, right? Like even Victoria won when she when she finally graduated, it's like most of her view wasn't like a lot though. Like majority of the talents view, I think the one that affected most was it Elila. Yeah, I would say at least they did affect it a lot. I think if we use like way beyond, like let's go to last year. Yeah, definitely fell off. Like if we compare like last year view, like they are in like 50, 30, 30K, 50K, right? Even if technically the view drop, it is a significant huge drop by I would say 3 to 7 times amount of viewers. That's a lot of drop. So in a way that like comparing to me, that's still a huge number, but comparing to me is still a huge number. It's still a high number, but if the drop is significant a lot, I think it's fair to say that yep, they have way less people supporting them now. Like the number of views is really affecting. Because the thing is, if you really want to like compare to, like if we want to compare to Hololive members, let's not use the popular one. Let's use Actually, more all the Hololive girls are popular though. Let's use Xion. Is this Xion? The right? No, there's not that Xion. I mean, like even like Xion when she do her live stream, like just her one live stream, she's reaching 3-digit K number of viewers though. Like money, like even Marin when she do her live stream, it's always like triple digit numbers. Even like I think Kelly also have quite a lot. Like even she do her live stream, she was, despite the number of haters, she is still reaching quite a lot of viewers though. Like 50k, 60k, 80k, 100k, 100 plus k, 50 plus k, 100 plus k, 100 plus k, 95k. Like dude, there's still a lot of viewers though as compared to Ji-Sanji. Because I know for sure if I'm gonna use Miko, that is gonna be the end of them though. If you use Miko, I think the latest one she got a lot though. Oh, the fighter was the one that I seen got quite a lot, like 500 plus k, 500 plus k. The one, I feel like Ayame herself also tend to get a lot of viewers as well, despite her view count not a lot. It's like 100 plus k, 100 plus k, 20 plus k, 200 plus k, 200 plus k. Like dude, she's got a lot of. They got way more count as compared to Nisanji. Maybe just they kind of like drop off in a way, but seriously.
Not used to that, so I was just.
And also, I still hate the cockroach trend. It's kind of, like seriously, anyone who know me, I hate cockroach though. But why? Why have to be a cockroach VTuber?
Just so like, whoa. What do you mean?
It's crazy that support isn't immediately part of the package deal you sign on with a company in exchange of them taking a huge chunk of your money. And you know what? The proof that fostering a positive environment for talents can be beneficial is that she's far more successful and happy now than she ever was. For example, in October, she was the most watched female Twitch streamer. That's just to show you how success and passion can go hand in hand together still. It's not just a pipe dream. It can happen. And finally, I want to touch on one last point. Recent leaks have brought to light a deeply disturbing issue that casts even further doubt on Niji Sanji's commitment to the well-being of its talents and its ethical standards. Indeed,
I only like her, I will be honest. Her latest model where she removed the hand, that obvious, like the shit, it was supposed to be like a cockroach. When she removed that, right, I was like, thank God. I was like, thank God.
Dee's leak conversation. An unnamed liver states, it's 100% evil to lock us in when a lot of us are making zero money. A friend's response, asking if they do not fear being terminated by the company, prompts the liver to reveal a shocking situation involving Aster Acadia, a member of the Niji Sanji liver group. When I had
Oh. So she did also do the same thing. I thought it's only for Sun talk. I thought it's only for Sun. Okay, let's watch.
Had a mental breakdown and went to Twitch. It was because Aster was saying like he wants to fly me out of Japan, saying weird sexual shit, pestering my friends. I went to management. They wouldn't even speak to him. I was considering graduation, but my manager talked me out of it. It feels gross to me. It feels like I'm hiding his behavior because it's not just me, it's many girls. And
Damn. Many girls. Dude. earlier I mentioned the Yet incident. I said that I speculate or I guessing that if the info I received was true at the time, that I think that Niji Sanji actually knew of the incident happened in the Yet incident. They knew of it, but they tell their talent to shut up. If that information that I received last time was true, it shows how bad the company is that they're trying to shut it up. They're just saying they're telling their talents to shut up. Because Yet incident was very, very bad. Because it's not just about inclusive of doxing, it's also inclusive of like wanting to do sensual stuff to the talents, like drugging them up. But instead of like addressing it, if the company said that if Niji Sanji had tell this incident to keep quiet about it, I wouldn't even be surprised if they did the same thing for the Yep incident as well. Is that they knew, maybe they knew about it and they tell their talents to shut up. Because if that is true, this shows that the company is willing to risk their PR just to keep their career on. That is very, very bad.
And my friend, the live.
And the funny thing is, the source I received at the time was that, they say the source I received was like they knew of the Yep incident. They didn't add on it. This one is they knew of it. They didn't add on it. That's kind of like problematic, because if it can happen once, the previous situation may happen though, and even if any of the Niji sister or Niji Sanji fan base or anyone want to say that, you can't say one and one. Dude, if it happened once, it can happen twice.
Then claimed that management took no action, citing their fear of bad PR is deeply
Bad PR. They are willing to risk their PR just to save their career.
concerning. And while I can confirm the validity of those claims or even the screenshots, this isn't the first time we had similar rumors surface against this Niji Sanji VTuber when DMs between him and Scarly were previously leaked.
Yep, that happened.
Considering they got rid of Shindo Raito, who was his best in record time, literally. And if you're interested in a detailed break.
Yeah, that incident I also kind of like want to just laugh at it. It just happened like 4 days. Bye bye. It was like 4 days later. Bye bye.
Down of the situation, I have a full video detailing hour by hour how 5chan exposed this predator. But the contrast between the agency's swift dismissal of Shindo Raito following similar accusations and its apparent inaction in this case raises serious concerns about selective enforcement and a potential prioritization of public image over employee safety and ethical conduct. The implication that Niji Sanji would tolerate such alleged behavior to avoid negative press is deeply disturbing and raises significant questions about the agency's accountability and its willingness to protect its talent from harm. The glaring discrepancy between Niji Sanji's carefully curated public image and the harsh realities reported by its former livers is striking. While the agency promotes a sense of community and mutual support, the testimonies paint a picture of corporate greed, intimidation, and a lack of transparency. The financial grievances detailed by the ex-livers combined with the allegations of unfair contract terms and inadequate support from management reveal a significant disconnect between the promised dream and the lived experience of those who work to maintain it. The repeated nature of these complaints, alongside the absence of any meaningful response from management, aside from the "we're going to sue you if you defame us," strongly suggest
We're gonna sue you if you're gonna defame us. Dude. I talk about this a lot already. I don't want to talk about that. If the information leaked against Niji Sanji is in good faith and meant for the public interest, and that Niji Sanji is willing to actually let investigation by the government into their company to decide whether is it true or not, then they can sue those people for defamation. Which means that if that is so, they must review their hand, which is basically reviewing all the secret within Niji Sanji. I don't think Niji Sanji want to risk that. They're just trying to say that, hey, I can sue you, you know. Yeah, if they get counter sue, they will lose. They will lose way bigger than they sue. I talk about this a lot already. I don't want to talk about that.
A company-wide failure to address fundamental issues impacting the well-being of its talents. So the question remains, is the failure rooted in upper management's incompetence, or is it indicative of a deeper structural flaw within Niji Sanji's business model and decision-making processes that actively prevents redressal of these grievances? Is Niji Sanji En just a take-it-or-leave-it deal now?
I won't agree with you fully on the word "or" Rima-san. Like when she say like, is it due to the culture or was it due to the company issue or is it due to the management? I think it's everything wrong at the same time. And then it lead to the whole situation. Like I won't really like say exactly is it like the management fault only or is it due to the culture, like the culture itself fault. I think it's like there has to be like part of culturing, part of the management, part of the communication breakdown, that everything built up to cause the downfall, because there's no way that one thing just said okay one failed mean everything failed. It's always tend to be many things fail at the same time that lead to a catastrophic situation. If one fail, obviously there is still way to salvage it, but when everything fail at the same time, obviously you are going to go down from a very high strike. The brain is going to crash. You're just gonna say goodbye to your life. So it's, even if Rima-san is like, is it due to culture or is it due to this? I don't think it's right for her to say it's just either one of them. I would argue that it may, like if she actually say at the end like, oh, this is part of everything, like then I will keep quiet. But but for me, I would argue that it may be due to everything. The only thing, if I want to say, is it due to the failure of the management side, or is it due to the failure of the company side, or is it due to the inaction of the company itself? It's like, it's the same thing, but at the same time, it's a different thing, because it's how one handle the company, is how the company system go, versus how the action of the staff, the management do things. Because it can be many things at the same time, because at the end of the day, it's just basically do the company add on it versus a company everything is by the rule along the line. So at the end of the day, I still feel like it's a part of everything wrong. Everything was wrong from the get-go, from how I look at it, but who knows? I mean, like, everyone got their own view.
With them not even considering the American market as part of something the company needs to be sustainable, it's hard for English viewers and livers to apply enough pressure when, at the end of the day, the company feels like they are expendable and that it won't affect their bottom line. We're neglecting.
Negligible. I mean, like, when the company is so big, I think it's like it's not really like fully you really can't really fully blame them for it, because the thing is, right, the higher you climb, the more arrogant you can become, because it's not really like the moment that the higher the higher you go, the harder you fall. Neji Sanji climbed too high and now they fall huge. It's not really that itself. I think it's actually more on the part that they grew too big, too fast, and not handling the changes correctly, as well as growing arrogant from the growth that lead them down this path. Because the thing is, right, the difference between Hololive and Niji Sanji is that Hololive, as they grow bigger, they knew the change they have to do, whether agreeable or by the talent. Even if they're gonna lose a few talents, they knew that the growth is gonna affect negative, but they also have to make sure it is something that many of the talent agree on. It's just that at the end of the day, some of the talent decided to leave. And it's been mentioned by a lot of Hololive girls myself, is that they knew of the growth. They know that they know that the growth is going to make people hate on it. That's why, in a way, it is going to be affecting everyone. So the only thing is, right, at least Hololive act on it. They change with the growth. Niji Sanji doesn't seem to grow. Like they stick to the same formula, and they just stick to that formula, thinking that it is going to be the same formula every single time. But they never know that you need to grow with the growth. When you grow, you need to change. If you grow and stick to the same, it is not going to work. It's just basically doing the same thing again and again and again and again, and hope that you grow, but that's not really how the things work.
Eligible, except it did affect their bottom lines, because for the first time since its founding in 2017, the company's growth has halted, and their latest financial results revealed a significant drop across all their businesses, with EN in a particularly dire situation with their live streaming and streaming revenue both down by about 50%. So unless they want to keep going down that path, Niji Sanji really needs to look internally at how they can fix their underlying issues. After all, it would be a shame for the VTuber industry, and in the spirit of market competitiveness, to lose such a giant. And the first step will be to admit that we're not negligible.
The shit you see online, that's just one side of the story. What Bethany experienced was a whole completely different story. A whole DLC, I dare say. And if this DLC ever came to light, you're lucky Bethany has an honor code. You're lucky!
Bethany never forgets. Thank you so much for watching. If you're enjoying this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell button. Check out my latest merch collection on otakubon.com to bring home Yurima Dakimakura. And check out my...
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's really like... It's really one of the things that Niji Sanji really need to understand, that something need to change within the company. Something have to, like, someone have to address it though. Hate propaganda because people hate things other people do. I don't think it's really like to be keep on Twitter though. It's really basically like Japan is now aware. Thing is, Japan is now aware of this kind of incident, and many are giving the same treatment to those who do black washing. Giving the same to those who do the black washing to Japanese characters. If the incident of lighted tune towering of black characters and black washing did not happen on either side, actually more like either one of them did have, if the incident. Not happen. Japan. Many Japanese would not learn of such incident. And there are even Japanese channel that are addressing on this story as well in Japan as well. I think as well is way better. So it's not really like news anymore, although I don't really like use Japanese news to cover it because some of the thing is really hard to understand. But a lot of like the number of Japanese people talking about it is insane a lot though. Like if Japanese can talk about it, like if they kind of like if they troll, if they joke, yeah, I think it's fine. But it's no longer a moment where they just kind of like talking about it or saying like doing this kind of posts or making up whatever along the line, like black, white, and then the other side is just basically like they won't even like draw it. It's just that Japan is not aware. The number of Japanese that is talking about it is insane. That many are angry. It's just that many are angry over it. That it's really hard to like justify that. Is it really a hate propaganda? It's just that people just gonna end up saying like, yeah, people are gonna cause hate. Yeah, the thing is, right, Japan are polite. Japan, a lot of I live in Japan for 6 years, so I know very well. They are very, very polite. But once you cross the line, it's a whole new different ball game. And the attack is insane though. So far the attack is insane. So it's really like it's At least like Sayu is now getting more and more confident that she is trying to do even like a bit of face review. And what is it, Vanessa? Like dude, like at least Sayu is getting more and more confident to showcase her like her face, you know, in a way. Intentionally muting his stream when he's trying to make direct threat. Dude. You go into the fight with someone, stuff happen, you argue and stuff, and dude. Johnny Somali incident. To be truthful, last time I did talk about it, I don't want to talk about it anymore. And I just said that if anyone are interested, go and check out Legal Mindset. Like seriously, just check out his video. I think sooner or later I have to talk about Johnny Somali one day again. Like seriously. Like seriously. So you were so mad and deliberately call his mother phone and report his chat. Dude. Seriously? Seriously, you have to do that? Isn't that what the hell will you argue? An article about oh, okay. Wakarimashita. Yeah, I mean like when it came to the R word. Yeah, I can't talk. I can't give too much take if it's better. You call your what? Dude, that's so wrong on so many levels though. That is so wrong on so many different levels. Dude, how can you say that though? Like seriously, like in what world did he think that it's fine to say that word? They're just so wrong. I was thinking of like, okay, to be honest, right, I did think about trying to like record a random chat for tonight, but no, didn't. And there's already like the daily is reset already in Genshin. This week I think I will have to look carefully into. I will have to look carefully into two random topics. One being the healthcare, the other one being the Nichi Sanji one. these two incident, like these two topic, I have to be very, very careful. Whether will I talk about it? I think Niji Sanji situation very, very likely to be talking about it. Just kind of like give a short take. Probably just maybe I will try to aim it within 10 minutes video. Don't want to talk up too long. As for the healthcare, it's kind of hard for me to say whether I want to give too much data, because I think it will be a moment where I'll just use one of my old phrase. It's time to take up the skill and see which one is right or which one is wrong along the line. I will probably just say something like that. It's really, really like it's really, really hard for me to like just say that who is right, who is wrong. It's like it's really hard for me to. You cry because of this intense stress. Just move on. Don't think too much. Just because. Just take it that he's just an idiot yapping around and then don't care about him. Right, I mean, like, you really tell his mom, but at least you don't need to care about him anymore. Like, I don't think you should care about him. Just do whatever you need to do. I'm not saying that you should not be. I'm not saying that you should. Because the thing is, right, you just don't let him affect you in the negative way, because it's like he definitely need a bong in the head, definitely, don't get me wrong. She's scary, don't come near me. I like using you, but I don't like fighting against you. Fucking the side. Whoa. You just woke up and the F want to choose to fight you. You mean that he actually got out in the morning and just choose violence? Wow, damn. You definitely need a bong in the head with a 3-minute packet, but you also do have to. You don't let this affect you because you still have an exam to do, right? You still got your one last exam, right? Focus on that first. Focus on your last exam and then think about the next thing you want to do. Is basically what you're gonna do next. Oh, yeah, babe. Oh, yeah, babe.
実月が終焉を迎え、熱望は繰り返される。希望は塔に立たれて。飛ぶか。
Yeah. It's not easy to fight. Scary. You're hungry, you let out too emotion, and you only have one meal. Dude, then go and get something to eat then. Go and get something to eat. Dude, the one thing about Alakino is kind of like I would consider like very scary is that, dude, you do not want her to mark you. The moment she mark you and you don't heal your team enough, right, she's gonna kill you. Like, she's gonna kill you if you are not very careful enough. Okay, this one is. Never have to fight this form. Whether when I fight using Alakino, I never really go into this form though. This phase of the boss fight. Oh, Itea. Might as well buy a break when store open. You can't really understand what men break. Sometimes men's are so simple that even if you call them idiot, most of them are, including me. I mean, like, it's, in a way, saying like men are simple is kind of depend on situation though. Like, if we're gonna like generalize every single man or whatever, right? I would definitely say that a lot of men are basically just not thinking at all. But thank you. But despite that, right? Even if you say I'm a better man, there are a lot of people who hate me though, apparently. Like, because of my view, the way I see things, the way I talk about stuff may rub people the wrong way. So what can I say? So it's really kind of like depends on the. They're just a hater. I don't know. I mean, like, haters do have, like, sometimes even haters just love to hate. And the reason for their hate sometimes just doesn't make sense. Or even sometimes when their argument doesn't even make sense, it's like, well, as long as they want to hate me, then I can't really stop them, right? Like, it's really kind of like one of the moments where sometimes I feel like, why would I want to spend all my energy just to argue with those kind of people when I can just do my stuff, play my games, or even like do a random chat and don't care about it too much. Like, even the next random chat, I do already have something in mind already. So the only thing is that the other two topic, like Niji Sanji situation or the healthcare incident, the murder case, or the shooting case, however you want to call it, like, at least I already had in mind what I want to say. I just need to prepare the script a little bit and kind of like see how things go from there. Then it'll be more likely on that end. But at the end of the day, it's really kind of like everyone have like different point of view, different point of like mindset, and people just kind of like, if they want to hate me, I can't really go and say, hey, don't hate me along the line. I would not go around and say like everyone should hate me. It's just that when they start to hate and the way they start to hate is observed, then obviously that is when I will have to fight back, because I will have to like, hey, you guys are stop crossing the line, now I have to fight back a little bit. Like, obviously I'm not just there to be a punching bag. Like, I'm trying to be as neutral as possible. I'm trying to highlight that it's such an issue happening. If people just saying that I'm against them, dude, then they are just wanting me to pick a side, and I'll just pick one side and I'll just say that I'm against them. But at the end of the day, it's really hard for me to like say that I'm against them or like hating on them or whatever. It's like, it's just, at the end of the day, it's really just people just want to create trouble all around. And even for me, I don't really like this kind of situation though. Like truthfully, I don't. It is never a good feeling about hate. Which I mean, like, when it's a thunder just right. Like, when it's like, you're one of my oldest viewers, you know very well that I don't like hate. Like, hate never lead to nice thing. It's always cause more problem. So in case anyone want to know what's my view on that, it's like, am I gonna be pissed off? Yes, I'm gonna be pissed off, but I don't want to like just stay on that end and just say that, hey, I'm just going to just be a hater and not move on with my life doing other stuff. So at least from my point of view is that if I'm just going to do my thing, I think it's better for me to just like just do whatever I think is fair for me, at least things that I like to do, and just don't want to care about those kind of people though. It's like, it's not worth caring about those kind of people in the first place though. Caring about them is just basically a waste of my energy. I think this is the one. But yeah, sometimes it just amazes me to many no ends where people just love to hate. Like, I didn't want to say this, but it's like, why spread hate? Spread love! You got 600 more diamond to do 100 pull in Hokkai Impact, it's so painful. Ganbate. I'm sure you can. $600 to do 100 pull. I mean, like, Ganbate just a little bit more only. Then not that it was just a little bit, naruhodo na. Why spread here? Shut up and talk. Actually, why spread here? Just shut up and sleep. And have a Kit Kat. And Kit Kat is not even a sponsor. Actually, next time we should discuss. Why spread hate? And then continue the phrase. Yeah, at least we should make a stream just chatting and talking like, why spread here? Continue the phrase. I think we have to discuss what kind of phrase that we come up with. I like the ultimate where I just shoot out and then somehow, someway, somewhat. I mean, like, is it because once you just woke up and then you kind of like the argument kind of like got to your head? Dude, don't get stressed out. You still have your exam you need to care about, you know. Care about the breakfast later. At this time, I'm not even sure is the shop open or not for yours end. If it's open, it will be good, but if it's not open, that will be a whole new different story. Outside is storming. The eyes of the storm. What was the name of the song that's saying that the storm is coming? I can't recall the song. It's like I know a lot of English songs, at the same time I don't remember them. The lyrics. I can't remember that. I can only like. Your brain is not. Going to eat muffin. Dude, once I finish Genji, I'm going off to do the next game, which is basically Honkai Star Rail. Not going off to sleep yet. I'm just waiting for this banner to end tomorrow. Once this banner ends tomorrow or the day after, I'm not sure is it tomorrow tomorrow or the day after, when they introduce the second phrase, which is Neverlin and Zhongli, then there will be a new event, and I'm hoping to see what kind of interaction they are going to show us. Like the last time Neverlin was so close to meet up with Zhongli, and turned out that Zhongli was avoiding Neverlin. like he was avoiding Neverlin because he knew who Neverlin is, and I was like, no way. People was hoping for them to meet up one day again, and Mihoyo is like, don't worry, we got you. In case anyone want to know why that is the case, it's because if you go to the voice line, when you refer to the Archon, the Gion Archon, the Amemo Archon, the Electro Archon, and the Dendro Archon, other than Florina, the Gion Archon message is, nothing will stop me from rendering judgment on each of the 7. As the Archon who won the authority of Gion, Deus Ori must be called to trial. It's only another English name. Or ancient name. If one does not wish to see us on the opposite side of a conflict, they need not worry, for I intend to stay in Fontaines for the foreseeable future. We could well mean another 400 years. As another point of consolation, even when the trial eventually takes place, it is still not given that the judgment will lead to a physical compensation. So basically, the chance encounter is going to happen sooner or later. Not 400 as what he thinks. And the funny thing is that he seemed more observed, like he is like out of all the Archon mentioned, he seemed to be more against the Gion Archon than any other. Like listen to a Memo Archon. I shall fulfill my vow to judge all of the 7 in turn, even if the sky should fall and the ground give way. As the resident of the authority of a mammal, the god of breeze and hope must also then shroud. He spent most of his time being a harmless drunkard. Well, even so, I must meet him for myself and proceed from there. He spent his time being a harmless drunkard. And then there's Electro account with Ace Raiken Shogun. As a survivor of the dragon race who had regained my full dragonhood, I must fulfill my an obligation, even if it means returning all the water in the ocean back to the heavens. In taking the authority of Electro, the Narukami placed herself on the list of the Ostrapa. She will... Oh, you say she isolated herself in the plane of animal, Atimia, and now ready appear in public? Then I shall pay her a visit in another few centuries. It's like... When we listen to Zhongli, the traveler did not cut in. But somehow a memo we cut in. Electro, we cut in. It's like... And then Dendra is a wholly different story. Dendra is like, through the day will come when I put her on trial. I must commend the god of First Ture on her sense of responsibility. Few things are without flaws in this world, but the devotion and benevolence she displayed are a testament to her commitment to continue progress. I feel enormous regret when I learned of the mistreatment she had endured over the past 500 years. If you found the problem, eventually she is having a bug. Yeah, apparently they say that there is a bug. Apparently they say there is a bug, and though I would say not sure to what extent, I did realize eventually she was not good. Somehow, some way, somewhere. Which is the reason why I said before, you have to build a healer. Did I not? No, the thing is, right, they can't nerf a character in any of the game. Like, it's kind of funny though. Like, it's part of Chinese law. Like, it's actually one of Chinese law that you can buff the system, but you can't nerf it. You can't nerf the system. You can't nerf a character. You can't nerf a character system. You can't do that. So when they did it, obviously a lot of people are raising the issue because a lot of people realize that it's easily dying, and yep, technically that's basically like MiHoYo say they still we are still waiting for MiHoYo news, but I have to see how it goes though. You accidentally left in the background and it was 9-hour effing stream. Is that not a good thing? You did a 9-hour stream. Like, is that not supposed to be a good thing? I mean, like, not everyone can do a 9-hour stream though. Even like for me doing like 5-hour stream, even like right now I'm doing 5-hour stream, it's like I'm slowly showing my tiredness. Like I'm slowly getting tired. We're gonna demand the compensation. I'm not sure though. So far people are talking about it, but MiHoYo is not addressing it at the moment. And MiHoYo verse they're not addressing it. If they address it, it will be a whole different story, but they're not addressing it, so I can't say anything though. Maybe give it a time, give it some sort of like wait and see approach. They are going to talk about it sooner or later though. People are making noise about it. And because of that, I never used eventually for quite a while. Like I actually have not been using I have not been using him for quite a while to be sad though. I apologize for interrupting. I brought server dessert and beverage from my hometown, but I'm not sure if they're up to your liking. I can't believe this. I didn't expect you to like those two food. I actually haven't been eating as much of them after I became the friendly head. But the other day I noticed Himiko brewing coffee, which reminded me that Port Colony have a dream me who infused soga into coffee and pair it with mini dessert piece tailored to the flavor. That sparked an idea for me. I can brew such a coffee for Himiko, she will love it. Oh, she's a super connoisseur. I thank you on her behalf. I guess Miss March 7 is a cereal dessert. Dude, why is he caring about the food? Yes, nani. Hello there. Sunday is too good. Yeah, this is the Sunday that we also came to like though. Like, why is Sundays? You know the funny thing is like every time we come across a character, it's like, dude, why is the character so hated at first? And then out of nowhere they say that, oh, the character is actually supposed to be like that. And then out of nowhere they say that, oh, hey, the character is so kind. Dude, I'm not even sure whether I can get used to it though. I'm not even sure whether I can say I get used to it. I feel like I'll be like, I feel like it'll be along the line where I'll be like, is this the right Sunday that we used to fight against? It is kind in the first place. I mean, probably due to the reason that I mean, like, it's probably kind of like due to the fact that he got corrupted by the Steron. Maybe, just not sure. But let's just say let's say for example, if it's in the case that that he was corrupted by the Steron where he got into that kind of mindset, then because the thing is, right, the way he showed, like, don't get me wrong, like the way he showed kindness is like in a way what Robin has said, what she said. Robin said that Sunday is like Sunday is kind when he was in the past. It's just that something down the line when he stepped into the order, when he start looking in, like when he kind of like got corrupted by the order or the steroid, right? I think that's when he changed. It's not the first thing. It's not the first time when we've seen like people being corrupted by a steroid as well. Considering if we actually step into, like, if we actually look into Coppelia, if you look into Coppelia, right, like initially she was a good mother. Initially she wanted to do everything for the goodness of the people of Bellable, and yet she got corrupted by the steroid. That's why I think it's like probably, like, even if you say that Sunday is too kind, thing is, I think it's more towards the point that Sunday, his personality may have actually been corrupted by, like, he's probably being affected by the steroid at the time though. But again, like I mentioned, it's just a speculative thought, it's just a random chat, so don't think too much of it. But yeah, that's how I feel though. But in law, he seems more misguided by Copper instead of Steron. The thing is, right, Copper himself was also in control, or technically being controlled by Steron though. Like the Steron, right, itself is like like in a way we can say that it was either controlling Copper, or it can also mean that Copper, like even if you say it's being guided by Copper, the thing is, right, Copper was also using the stellar role, or in a way being controlled by it as well, because there's no way you can control it. Coppelia has showcased that she tried to control it and not being controlled by it. It's not like it's not the same story for, like, it's not the same story for our Trailblazer where we got one in our body. It's like we can't be sure, like we can't be sure that is it that they are controlling it, or is it controlling them? You know what I mean? Because if it's being controlled by them, it can also mean why his mind kind of like changed a lot though. That's why it's still top mystery. That's the reason why I say that. It's still hard to know. But my speculation is that the stellar role was able to do some sort of mind control and affect a person's mood as well though. Succumb before sleep. No, the thing is, right, I would argue the control Sunday have over the stellar role may be actually not that long. We can definitely, I mean, like, we can also argue that, like, the control he has, right, is only after he kind of take out Copper. Like, the moment he take out Copper, then he take control of the stellar role. Which means that he didn't have a long period of controlling over the stellar role in a way. But here's the thing. Coppelia had control over it, or being controlled by it, for a long period of time. So I think it is very likely that in the case that if we are going to go with the, like, is it like being controlled or not being controlled or whatever thing, right? I think it's more towards that, like, it was more towards the point of that the period what for Sunday was that he maybe was able to, or maybe was able to kind of like being safe because he didn't have the being controlled by the stellar role for a long period of time. And yeah, maybe he used it in a dream world, maybe that's, you know, but does it affect a lot? Hard to say. Very, very hard to say. It's not that F out. We're still not sure. There is still like a lot of information we are missing from the law, so can't really say like what is true or what is not. But let's let you enjoy a very nice a short, clear-cut image of high quality Qingyuan. Look at such a high quality looking. Okay, enough looking. I need to do another game. I'm not going to comment on that. For my sanity's sake, I'm not going to comment on it. Okay, one last game. Just one last game. To make masterpiece. Maybe you can learn the language and then debut it. Debut your VTuber model and then just say that, hey, you can speak this language, and then you speak that language, and maybe it'll be like, oh my, how many language can you speak? Oh my. But then again, for Xenozone Zero, they're gonna give us a character for free, you know. A character for free! They're giving a limited 5-star character for free. Then I don't need to worry about pulling for Miyabi because I can just save for one of them, and then I'm going to get it. I'm not sure whether I'll get Miyabi, but I will, since they are gonna give us the electric archer, so might just use Yanagi for. I'm not going to comment on that. Ain't no way I'm gonna comment on that. For my sanity's sake. For my sanity's sake, in no way I'm gonna comment on that. Maybe I think money might be a better choice. Yeah, hungry. I'm hungry as well, too. I'm sleepy, too. I'm sleepy and hungry at the same time. And this is not really. And this is a thing to do. If there's more of me with more of PC, then there will be a whole different story. I ever hear about the drama that Hoyo just tracing. Yeah, I hear it. I said. But the thing is, right? One incident is really hard to know. Like, is it like, are they going to just blame it because it happened? You know what I mean? It happened once, and is it like people is just going to hunt over it along the line? It's like, can I say, is it right or wrong? It's like people just trying to cancel MiHoYo just over one incident. But I'm gonna give you a wait and see approach for that incident. Will I talk about it? I don't think I will talk about it though. Well, just give. I mean, like, MiHoYo got so many games I don't even play. That's all I can say. Eugene. How can Eugene assist you? Why? I want to. This is a token of thanks from Gray. I was just doing my duty. There's no need for such a generous gift. Then I will take it back. Okay. The meat slip into his mouth during the retrieval of golden to sound good, doesn't it? Naruhodo na, soyu koto kai. The game you didn't play is just Otome and Honkai Impact. Dude, imagine if I play Honkai Impact, I'll be dead though. Considering there is so much thing in it that I have to catch up on. And also I'll very probably spend money on it as well. Had to say. What is she doing every time? Dude, just playing this 3 game is really taking a lot of my time in a way, you know. And I still have I have to do random chat. I mean, like, to be fair, right? Random chat has always been one of the stepping stone for my channel, because if I don't do that, no, it's like my channel won't grow though. If I just do like live streaming the whole damn day, that will be a whole new different story. But random chat kind of like bring in new viewers, and I can't deny the existence of, I can't really like deny the existence of random chat. You know what I mean? So I would say, I think I would say that I have to like keep both at the same time, like doing random chat and live stream. It's just that live stream, maybe 1 or 2 I will have to like rest. Like the next stream, will I be streaming or not? I'm not sure. Because if I end up not streaming, I will just say that, okay, I'm not streaming, I'm sleepy, I'm tired, I will just one day take a break along the line. But even I myself, because I know some people were like, is it very tiring to do live streaming? Well, technically, if doing live streaming only, I think I won't be tired, but I'm doing live stream and random chat at the same time, where I have to like do research, topic, talk about. Unless you guys give me a random topic to talk about, then I'll be like, okay, let's see what topic can I do a random chat about. Yeah, I mean, like, it happened long ago. For even if I say long ago, it's actually like over 3 years ago. But then again, at the time, I was like, you have to understand, I don't have a lot of I don't have like viewers in my live stream at that time though. It was like basically 0, you know. Like that, like it was like, imagine like streaming to almost 0 0 viewers, and YouTube wasn't kind at the time. Like there wasn't like very like seriously, it wasn't kind because they don't promote streamer. The only way people want to do in promote stream is basically go to Twitch, which I did, and I still end up not having a lot of viewers. So in the end, I kind of like just stick to YouTube because I prefer to keep record of many of the things I did along the line. Because it's like, personally, I don't like to like just have too many. Like I don't want to have my video just kind of like archive and then disappear within 1 week along the line. So that was technically the main reason. That was like technically the main reason. That's what that I decided to just stream on YouTube for who knows how long when. But like it doesn't really grow much because of YouTube. So the only mean to grow was basically have to really do videos. And I couldn't like have a moment of like a moment like a proper video where I can like feel happy to do. And in the end, I did something like podcast. Couldn't even like grow properly with random talk, and kind of like in the end do random chat, and it worked well. It has been so damn long. Time flies in a way that this old man can't even think. Even this old man can't deny. Actually, to be truthful, there's a lot of things like even I myself still wondering.
俺がいれば他はいらん。
Okay, I need to grow his weapon and his skills. I'm not gonna comment on that. I'm just gonna say that's your problem, not my problem, because there's ain't no way I'm gonna read that comment. Be right back. Dude, I'm not even gonna be back. I'm going off.
赤いマフラーを試そうってか。
Yeah. Right there. Color 0. Okay, if I got energy, I'll probably do it to. If I got energy, okay. If I got the energy, I'll be doing the live stream for this one. If not, I'm going. I'll probably just put a sleeping. I'll just probably sleep. Anyway, kind of like already done most of the stuff here, so I'm going off to sleep already. I'm actually very tired right now. Probably will talk to you guys at the next video or live stream. Not sure which one will come first, but see how it goes. I'm actually on autopilot mode in a way. I was kind of like very sleepy already for quite a while, and yeah, that's the reason why I play like 3 games really like freaking take 1 hour in total, so that's kind of like very tiring. So yeah, I'm just going off to sleep. We'll talk to you guys again. So yeah, that being said, I hope you guys have a nice day or night. Good night. Bye bye.